Vibe with Uncle Bino, let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Laugh and learn, we shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons tight. On the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat, make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you, be the energy on top. You be stories, dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't delay. Hang out with you, be it's a vibe tonight. Laugh and learn, we shining bright. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino, let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons tight. On the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat, make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you, be the energy on top. You be stories, dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't delay. Hang out with you, be it's a vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons tight. Hey, on the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. Join the sister circle, oh what a scene. CC Inca, honey baby, and I be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dream supreme. Empowerment vibes, like a royal queen team. All our Sunday school when the beat gets low. A moment of reflection, let the spirit flow. Men of God speaking wisdom, you should know. Faith and vibes on the Uncle Beno show. Hang out with you, be come catch that light. Oh yeah, you be stories, keep your heart so bright. Yeah. Join the sister circle, feel that fire. Oh yeah, Sunday school for your soul so right. You be nation, we rise together. Love and vibe forever. Uncle Beno show. Yeah, we outside.
All right. We come back, everybody. It's UB and the Roof Farm one more time. And I hope you are all doing fantastically good wherever you're listening and watching us right now. Yeah, shout out to you guys all the way from the city of Austin, Texas. My name is Beno Real. And we want to dissect another episode of Bass Boost. All right, you know how we do it. This is UB and the Roof Farm, and there are some videos making the rounds that I think we should examine together as a very, very important topic on UB and the Roof Farm. So you're welcome. By the way, do you enjoy our new intro? The intro is not complete yet, so we are still working on it. It never complete. There are still some people missing, but we're going to include it. So let me know if you enjoyed the intro. If you enjoyed the intro, please drop a 1 in the chat. And I know some Real Farm members always ask me, Uncle Bear, where is the link to this music? Where is the link? Anyway, I post this particular one on our YouTube channel, so if you check the video section, you should see it there. So actually, the few Real Farm that I sent it to, they were like, oh, this is good. So I hope you enjoy it too. Anyway, let's dissect what's going on social media. You are welcome, everybody. I see my baby Zeno in the building. Surprise, surprise. Mama 5 is actually number 1 on today's show. M5, I thought you are balling in Nigeria. What are you doing here again? Where you see light, M5. Oh, I forgot you are a rich sister, so money day. I know say generator go they walk around the clock now. Anyway, welcome, my sister. Welcome. So everybody is here. I see Juliet. Juliet, what's up? Sister Rose in the building. In fact, Sister Rose is my co-host today, so you're gonna really, really enjoy this one. Sister Rose is my special guest. Sorry, you're really gonna enjoy this one. Sister Natu in the building. My baby Abby of the Most High. So Abby, as it is right now, I got just 1 hour to be here. So if this conversation is going to extend and people are really interested in it, they want to be part of it. So we might need your help, Abby. You might come to the studio and help us hold it down. Shout out to my sister Natu. Please, ladies and gentlemen, go and support Sister Natu, please. This sister is trying a lot. The breast cancer awareness campaign is still ongoing. Whatever you can contribute to assist, please. Our people in Africa, they need it. People in Nigeria, they really need it. So please go and donate to Nash Foundation. Anything where you feel put, just it adds up, So please do that. Shout out to you, Sister Natu. You're welcome. You're welcome. And of course, my own Sue of the Most High, Sister Sue, our own pastor, Mrs. Gio. Sue of the Most High is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. My baby Zeno, you are all welcome. So, what are we talking about today? Let me show you guys briefly. So, we're gonna examine. This video is going viral right now, where this our lovely auntie, I used to watch her on the screen before. All of a sudden, she disappeared, and I don't know what happened, but she's back again, and this time around on a podcast. And she narrated her experience in just like under 1 minute. She said a couple of things. Those things are very powerful. That's why I want us to examine it together. She said, I wanted to buy my husband. That is heavy, guys. And then we're going to look at another viral video where a girl, I think they are content creators, the girl was interviewing her parent, and then she asked this crazy question that no African parent want to hear. And she asked her parent, what will happen if I decided I don't want to get married? And the mama just tell her straight up, if you are not married, you have no value as an African girl. So the ball is in your court, real fam. I would like to know what you think about that. And then we're going to consider Regina Daniel. It's really not like a big deal to me anyway, but since we are looking at trending issues and we're trying to extract lessons, we're going to talk about Regina Daniel and moving forward. Has she really moved forward, or she's just doing the regular social media thing? So we're going to look at that. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome my special guest, Sister Rose, all the way from New York City. Sister Rose, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, Ben. How are you?
I'm fine, Sister Rose. I'm fine. I hope you're ready for this, Mama.
Yep.
Okay. So wherever you're watching, please hit the like. I'm streaming both on vertical format, and at the same time, I'm streaming on the regular format. So it means we may have more strangers watching us for the first time. So I think the algorithm is still working on the vertical live. Hopefully it will pick it up. If it doesn't pick it up, we're just gonna continue the conversation here. So thank you for coming, Sister Rose. I see you, Comfort Adagri. Comfort Adagri is actually watching from the vertical format. Now, please, have you hit the like button? let's do what we have to do. You know, here on UB and the Roof Farm, likes are the tithe and offering that you give when you come here. Yes, we need likes. If you don't hit like, it means you are not paying your tithe and offering. No. So help us get the likes up. God bless you. And at the same time, like I've always requested, please share our show across your social media platforms. Listen, we share people's videos that we don't really know them. We have no attachment to them yet. We go online, we watch their content, and we pick the link and we share it across our WhatsApp group. How much more we are family? So if you are not sharing our content across your WhatsApp groups, across your social media platform, you are really not contributing to what we are doing here. So please do us a favor, get other people to be part of the show. Since we are extracting life lessons, who knows, we might be saving a life. And the topic we want to consider today, one of them, the one I'm starting with, is powerful. You know, I've told you guys that we have a couple of men of God in our midst, and it seems we are taking them for granted. I've noticed something about Uncle Patrick. Ever since Shoki brought the idea of we having Sunday school, I've noticed that the topics Uncle Patrick comes up with, he don't just pick it. Sometimes, like he said himself, he will just be led by the Spirit that let's talk about this. And I appreciate Uncle Patrick so much for that. So please help us always give Uncle Patrick his flowers. Uncle Patrick is a pastor, but he will never tell you I'm a pastor. You just have to roll with him to know that, now pastor be this or so. Uncle Patrick is a pastor. He preach at the church and he knows what he's preaching. So yesterday, during our Sunday school, Uncle Patrick decided to speak on anger as a spirit and how it can destroy everything. So the first video we're going to review together, it boils down to anger. If you missed yesterday's show, please go back and watch. Me personally, I wanted to avoid yesterday's show, but I can't. I still have to come in and contribute because talking about anger, I shared on yesterday's show, this is something I dealt with for a very long time. And I give God the glory that since I get to know God since 1998, I've been working on myself. And finally, I'm at a place now that it really takes time to get me angry because I've learned all my triggers and I've learned all the defense mechanism that I have to apply when people want to get under my skin. I shared all that yesterday on the show too. So please go and watch that show. It will help you. That is what we're going to dissect on today's show. Anger and how it can destroy everything. And I'm going to play some videos. In fact, I will play just one video. This one is key, and then we will react to it. Again, this is the Real Fam. Don't be a stranger. If you can't come into the studio, drop your take in the chat. We will read it. The only thing we don't allow here is trolling. We don't allow trolling. We don't allow cursing or dragging people. We don't do that here. We are a family of reasonable people, matured, reasonable people, and we just laugh, we look at issues, we draw lessons. We may have disagreement, but we disagreed respectfully. So please, if you are a member of this family, obey our rules and we're going to have peace. Having said that, let's go back to today's show.
Yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We shining bright. Oh yeah. You be stories, life lessons tight. Hey, on the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you, be the energy on top.
2 days to your wedding, you walked out of the wedding. I don't believe that marriage is a do or die affair. People will go on social media and put pictures of he slapped me, he did this, he did that. My dear, when you see correct beating, correct pummeling, you won't even remember social media. You will forget social media and start struggling for your life. When this thing is too much, you gotta move. If you take it once, forget it. You must be ready to take it for the rest of your life. And my husband is this kind of violent person. If he wants a reply from you, and you know, we women, sometimes you are not in the mood.
I just want to be on my own.
Exactly. He asked me a question and I said, Tunde, why? Please, today is not the day of quarrel. I went to the kitchen to boil water. He just broke the kitchen door. That day, I will never forget it like that. I plated Bob Marley and he threw me. Honestly, one strand came out with blood. Hey! I didn't know where I got the strength from. I just picked pistol. I am telling you, I was ready to kill him that day. I don't mind going to jail. I picked the pistol from the kitchen. To the door. The thing pierced through the door. And he dodged. I'm like, I was vibrating. Oh my God. Oh my God. My neighbors saw me naked.
All right. Whew. Sister Rose, do you get it? Everybody, do you get it?
Yep.
Whew. Shout out to Sister Chinye. Sister Chinye, you are actually watching the vertical format. You can come out of that and click the other one so you can see everyone else. You can see everyone else on the chat. So I can see you, Sister Chinye. I think the vertical format probably find you. All right. So this is the first issue I want us to address. Like I said, Uncle Patrick, God bless you, sir, for doing an amazing job. Yesterday, Uncle Patrick really dived into this issue of anger management. And the beginning is what we usually know. We don't know what the end would be. When I see this Auntie shared this short 1 minute clip, I'm like, a lot of people have actually lost their life as a result of DV. I remember a case of a sister back. This case happened around 2007, 2008. The husband is well built, 6 feet, grab. The auntie, you know all those auntie with checkered body, so she's a kind of petite woman. But the husband was abusing her physically. Even when she was pregnant, she just born, or any small thing, the husband will reset her brain. And that goes on. She will report to the family. She will go, they will scatter, involve pastor, involve elders. She will come back again. One day, the sister struck. Just one stroke. Boom. That's how the husband died. And they already have, I think at the time, they have like 4 or 5 children at the time. Police was not involved because the moment the husband died, she ran. She ran to her dad, she ran to her parents and told them what happened. The parent called, I think, the father and the uncle, everybody, and they decided that reporting to the police might probably result in the woman losing her life too. There are 5 children. So they died the story, but we heard it. The day she was gonna unalive her husband, guy go work, they come back, he don't drink, drunk. And usually when he's drunk like that, that's when he will come back home, he will make advance on the wife will reject, he will get angry, he will beat her. This particular day, The wife was waiting for him behind the door. Naruma Palo then get. As he opened the door, enter, they shout. I don't want to mention her name. She hit him. She hit him with 2x2 at the back of his head. And he fell straight, and that was it. So when I saw this story, this one on the screen right now, I'm like, people don't know. This is how a lot of people lost their life. Man. But we might not see it. We don't know what women are dealing with behind closed doors. So, Sister Rose,
Yes.
what's your take? Or you want me to play the video again?
No, you if you want to play for the viewers, fine, but I've gotten
Okay.
I've got the gist of it.
Let me just play one more time for those who just joined.
A few days to your wedding, you walked out of the wedding. I don't believe that marriage is a do or die affair. People will go on social media and put pictures of, he slapped me, he did this, he did that. My dear, when you see correct beating, correct pummeling, you won't even remember social media. You will forget social media and start struggling for your life. When this thing is too much, you gotta move. If you take it once, forget it. You must be ready to take it for the rest of your life. And my husband is this kind of violent person. If he wants a reply from you, and you know, we women, sometimes you are not in the mood.
I just want to be on my own.
Exactly. He asked me a question and I said, Tunde, why? Please, today is not the day of quarrel. I went to the kitchen to boil water. He just broke the kitchen door. That day, I will never forget it like that. I plated Bob Marley and he drew me. Honestly, one strand came out with blood. Hey! I didn't know where I got the strength from. I just picked pistol. I am telling you, I was ready to kill him that day. I don't mind going to jail. I picked the pistol from the kitchen. To the door. The thing pierced through the door. And he dodged. I'm like, I was vibrating. Oh my God. Oh my God. My neighbors saw me naked.
All right, Sister Rose, your take, ma'am.
It was well deserved. Listen to what she said. She said he asked her a question. She said she didn't want to get into any problems with him. She didn't want to get into any quarrel. She didn't want to get into any scuffle. She went to the kitchen to go boil water. She didn't fight him back. She didn't start any quarrel. She kind of was trying to avoid it. And what she gets in return is to have her hair yanked. And she said, not only did he yank her hair, violence, number one, she said she pulled out, you know what it means to pull out a braid from someone's hair and she said she just got it freshly done. And he pulled it out of her hair with blood. That's aggression. That's aggression. So she reacted. As far as I'm concerned, her reaction is justifiable. He asked for it. That's a culture that men need to learn to put their hands to themselves, because that was unwarranted. She was avoiding problems. Why would you do that? I don't see anything wrong in what she did. And then it's unalive or be unalived. Because you talked about tragedy. Well, many women have lost their lives this way because they're there quiet. They don't do anything. And that gives that person sometimes this is a self-defense thing. I see nothing wrong in what she did.
Now, jeez, I don't even know. Maybe it's because my brotherhood is so wrong. I don't even know where to start. Okay, Sister Rose, in what way do you think women can handle situations like this? that may not result to unaliving the partner?
Mm. Um, that's a tough one. That may not result. Wait, in her or the man?
Either of them.
Well, one way she could have done it, but she said she didn't want to. She said she wanted to avoid problems. So one way, okay. She said the husband is the type who, if you don't answer him, he gets angry and he gets violent. So one way she can avoid it is answer him, participate in a conversation that she has no desire to, but who is now unaliving inside. Because remember, there are different kinds of um, deaths. Are we allowed to say that word? Or is
Just
that not? Okay. There's many ways of unaliving. There's the physiological one where you're no longer breathing. And then there's one scientifically proven where little by little your spirit is just breaking and breaking your immune system. So you tolerate stuff for the sake of the facade of peace, but you yourself are breaking away. So you may not get the physical beating, but you're getting the internal beating on the side of the woman. Now, on the side of the man, like I said, keep your hands to yourself, control yourself. This is a human being. You know, I would say we need to have laws, but that's not a country of law and order. Um, Nothing is really going to be done. You have to take care of yourself. But there has to be some respect that this is another human being. This is someone's child.
yes.
That woman is somebody's child. I don't think anybody wants anyone putting their hands on their child. If he has a daughter that he cares about, he wouldn't want anyone putting their hands on them. And you have to have respect for human life, because what if now, in pulling her down, she hit her head on the floor? Some people hit their head on the floor. That's it. What then?
You're right. You're right. Now, can the woman walk away?
But she could do that. But look at what. Okay, Ben. Realistically speaking, look at the scenario she created, where she said the man. That's what she did. That was the first thing she did. In answer to your question, she walked away. She said, "I don't want to get into any trouble. I don't want to get into any fight." She walked away and went into the kitchen. She did that. Look at what resulted. Now, what would you, Ben, in that particular situation? I don't know if it makes sense to ask you, because you're not a woman, but you walked away. You did the right thing to avoid problems. The person follows you in and yanks you to the floor. Then, Ben, what would be the reaction? Keep walking away?
Of course, she has to defend herself. She has to defend herself. Well, let me take a couple of comments here as we continue the conversation. Welcome, Mr. Dio. Sister Chinye said, with these monsters, you can't even avoid the wala, no matter how hard you try. And I agree with that. Do you agree with that too?
Excuse me, repeat what you said. Oh, the conversation that will, yeah, no, she's right. There's some people who it will still lead to even, because man, that was just demonstrated in what she said. She moved away. Yeah. And still he went. It wasn't even a continuation of a verbal scuffle. Now it was physical, unwarranted.
Absolutely. Yeah. Comfort said, I can't stay in this type of marriage, and I don't think anybody should stay. As you know, say in this case, she tried to walk away. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, how about argument? Because sometimes in marriages, this thing starts from argument. It starts from argument. Husband say one thing, wife said another thing, nobody is listening to each other, and then it escalated. don't even know how to go around it anyway, because even me myself, I've seen a lot of this craziness happen over and over and over and over again. It's such a pity that African women are now beginning to wise up.
As they should. Long overdue.
Right?
Mhm.
I think they are beginning to wise up now. I was gonna play a video from Governor Aminike. I haven't seen the video yet, but I'm gonna play Uncle Dayo in the building. Yeah, Mama Five say I won't stay either. Zeno said she also said he broke her femur. My customers have started. She also said he broke her femur and she almost died. It was security that saved her. Many
You
of
see?
these, yeah, many of these stories we don't get to hear them until maybe later in life. I never knew this auntie was going through all of this back then, where we used to see her on the screen. I never knew, you know. And I think women hide a lot of things. Women hide so much. Anyway, let me quickly bring Uncle Dayo into this. Uncle Dayo, how you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Good evening, Refam. Good evening, Sister Rose. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Uncle
everybody
Dayo.
on the platform. How are you, ma?
So, Uncle Dayo, I believe you've seen this video.
No, I came in late. I didn't see the video.
I share it in the backstage, but let me just play it real quick.
Days to your wedding, you walked out of the wedding. I don't believe that marriage is a do or die affair. People will go on social media and put pictures of he slapped me, he did this, he did that. My dear, when you see correct beating, correct pummeling, you won't even remember social media. You will forget social media and start struggling for your life. When this thing is too much, you gotta move. If you take it once, forget it. You must be ready to take it for the rest of your life. And my husband is this kind of violent person. If he wants a reply from you, and you know, we women, sometimes you are not in the mood.
I just want to be on my own.
Exactly. He asked me a question and I said, Tunde, why? Please, today is not the day of quarrel. I went to the kitchen to boil water. He just broke the kitchen door. That day, I will never forget till I die. I plated Bob Marley and he threw me. Honestly, one strand came out with blood. Hey! I didn't know where I got the strength from. I just picked pistol. I am telling you, I was ready to kill him that day. I don't mind going to jail. I picked the pistol from the kitchen to the door. The thing pierced through the door. And he dodged. I'm like, I was vibrating. Oh my God. Oh my God. My neighbors saw me naked.
Uncle Dayo, that's the story. What would you say, sir?
This is a typical case of DV. But from the woman's perspective, this will not be the first time because according to what she just said, she has been experiencing it. But what she just narrated is like a battle for survival. Okay, she seemed to be fighting for her life because for somebody to have pulled your braid like that and it came out with blood, I I just can't imagine the kind of pain the woman must have. At that point in time, she wasn't herself. She was acting under the influence of that pain, and what she did. Thank God that the man escaped. She would have done something terribly wrong that she would have even regretted it afterwards. But at that point in time, she wasn't herself. But what the man did to her was what really pushed her to that place where she did what she did. So, to me, it's just a case of typical DV that should not be tolerated by any means. And it's not just started. It has been going on, and maybe she has been enduring it until this particular incident. It's a pity. It's so sad. So sad.
All right. I just wanted to ask, this situation is very common in Nigeria. What can the authority do at this point in time? Sister Rose, any idea?
Uh, uh,
Okay.
okay. Ben, I have a question. Nigeria has a long way to go with the authorities. I don't even know what to do with that because number one, this is a society. This is a longer discussion. We're talking about a patriarchal society, a society that doesn't respect women. There is already no respect for women. They are relegated to nothing. And they don't have respect for human life. They don't respect women. So we really have a long way to go. But here is a question that I wanted to ask as you were asking that. What happened to the male figures in African families? Because sometimes what deters people in Africa is the fathers and the brothers. The fact that they know that a father or brother will come there and deal with you. They won't do it. What happened to what happened to the male figures in Africa? Do they no longer step up to defend their sister or their child? Because I think that's another way that can be handled. When you know that there are people in the family. Okay, let me give you a better example, even though now this also goes into class and hierarchy.
Yeah.
If that was Alakija's daughter or Otedola, would he do that? Because I think he knows who's coming after him. But you don't necessarily need a whole lot of money. If I know that you got some brothers or sisters who are coming after me, so what happens to the family to say, you're doing this to my sister, you're doing this to my brother? How come nobody anymore in Africa no longer comes to the defense of their sisters?
You have a
If I may
point.
answer that,
Go ahead.
answer that. I think things are fast changing now. Okay, a lot of DV that you are seeing, people, even neighbors, have started stepping in to protect the woman. Anywhere there is DV and as violent as bloodshed being seen in it, even next door neighbor, they take action. And as at today, as at now, I'm in Nigeria, I'm in Lagos now. The government is very, very aware about all this now. That are, I mean, at least the Lagos State government have about 3 or 4 parastatals that are in charge of anything like this. We have the Office of the Public Defender, we have the Office of the Defend, domestic violence, and we have so many NGOs that are into it now. If you should bring up any report of DV, they will be on that case. Pro bono, you do not pay a dime. They are going to step into it and they get justice for whosoever is the victim. And it is no longer business as usual now. The only one that can escape is if there was no report. And even now, they have made such a law that if you are a witness to a DV and you don't report it, you will be held culpable. That is, if for instance now, your neighbor are into DV and you are aware and you don't report it, if it should get out of hands and they got to know, everybody in that house will be culpable. That is, you are an accessory to it also. So it is so, at least I know that the local state government is doing that. So it has really gone a long way to put some sanity into these things. People that are still engaged in it, they don't get away with it anymore, because the moment it is reported or the moment they get to know about it, they will come for you, they come and arrest you, and the government will try you. It is you against the government.
That's good. That's good. But they shouldn't limit that to Lagos State alone. It should go, it should be all over the country. This is where I have issue with the legislators. They really don't know what they are doing. They are just running after money. This is not something, this is not a law that should just be limited to one state. This thing is happening across Nigeria, across Africa. So, but thank you for that information, Uncle Dio. Let me take a couple of comments and then we move to the next video. Abby said, Lagos State is doing a lot currently, although still a long way to go. Of course, for those who want the help. And that is another angle. Because some people don't want the help. There are some women that if their husband abused them physically, they won't even report because they don't want the husband to go to jail, because some of them cannot even feed themselves, not to talk about feeding themselves, feeding their children, paying rent and all of that. And I think this is where I think Auntie B and many other aunties, Auntie Andunia and co, they've done a better job educating women that, look, you need to make sure you secure yourself before you even think of marriage or something. Because if your husband is the person you relied upon for your livelihood, you are going to take a lot of BS. I'm sorry. Sister Yinka said, so many obituary signs on walls. You see a woman that was just fine last week, and all of a sudden she passed away. No one says anything, but neighbors talk about the beating in reduce. Absolutely. Sister Natu says, if you are marrying from the Kures, it's a known fact. You mess with their sisters, they'll come for you. Absolutely. And Sister Rose mentioned that. That's a very good one, because I remember when my own younger sister was experiencing this thing herself, the moment the moment I step in and I told the husband, like, look, if I hear say you beat her one more time, anywhere I jam you, it's going down. It's going down. Like I shared yesterday during Sunday school, I give God all the glory now. Back then, I used to be Baba Way. You know, even my wife witnessed me and one NEPA guy one day, where we were just starting. Now from there, she feels, say, who be this? So sometimes when you step in, it goes a long way. The moment I stepped in and I tell that guy, one more time, I just hear say, you even land that slap, anywhere I jam you, Neil. This one no be then say, they say, anywhere I jam you, your father is going down. And that was it. Until they finally divorced and all of that, the dude calmed down. Even till now, even when his son, when I was stepping in for his son and all of that, one time I gave the boy money, he gave his dad some. Then while we were talking, he needed money again. I'm like, dude, what happened to the money I just gave you guys just about 3 weeks ago? And then he was explaining, you know, young boy, my daddy also called. He said he was broke, so I gave him. Oh man, my head do down. I just tell the boy, say, okay, I'll call you back. I don't give the boy a dime. I'll give everybody, as all of them, I'll give. I know. I'll tell if you give him one dime. I'm so sorry. That's why I was open to Uncle Patrick yesterday when I say I need God in my life. There are some things that once you cross the line with me. So, brothers, sisters, sometimes you have to speak up. The person, when they are abused, sometimes they can't speak for themselves. You might be the one to save them just by showing them, say you get coconut head.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, just by them knowing that this guy is not okay. Hey, Sister Marriott. Oh, Sister Marriott, you have to log out of where you are and come to the other one. Oh, that is the short version you're watching. Sister Marriott is actually in another chat. Anyway, because of my time, let us move on to the next one. Abby, please, if you are free, you can call me, because some people might want to call in later and I have to go. But here is we moving on to the next one.
Yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons time. On the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop.
Never get married.
All right, all right, all right. Sorry, I was picking this video, it won't come on time. So this next video is actually, I don't know, maybe it's a skit or something, but the subject matter ring a bell. So this lady, I think they say they are content creator. I'm seeing their video for the first time. She asks the parent a burning question, and she's like, all right, if I choose not to be married, everything is okay. I'm doing fine, but I choose not to be married. How would you feel? And the parents, they were not having it at all. They're not having it. So I'm going to play the video and then we can react to it. Please take a listen.
Parents, what would you do if I said to you that I have absolutely no desire to ever get married?
Okay, I'm not gonna go around the bush, Natalie. You're getting married. You're gonna have children, and I'm gonna be a grandma, and I'm gonna love my son-in-law, and I'm gonna continue this family training all the way down. That's not an option. A single woman as an African, I say they have a lot of entrepreneurs. People are like, oh, she can be single, she has an entrepreneur. No, not here in this house. No, not to me. My daughter need to get married. If you're out there, you're the one gonna marry her one day. I don't know who you are. You're going to marry my daughter, you're going to give her children, and you're going to be my son, and make sure I love you. Do not come here with that kind of habit or whatever I don't like. I need to love you too, because I want you to be my son-in-law. My son-in-law is going to be my son too. Okay? So this woman's getting married. There's no other option.
What if I just want to be a baddie, be independent, have my own money? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, people will say like, it's okay, you're gonna be a successful woman, you're gonna make it out. For me, you don't have value. I'm sorry, they're gonna kill me for that, but I don't care. You say whatever you want. A woman belongs in a marriage. An African woman, you can have business, but find a man, have children. What's wrong with you, this society now? All these women, yes, you belong to a marriage. Find kids in your marriage. Marry, enjoy your life. If you're next to a man, that would make a woman a valuable woman. Sometimes, not money, not building, not business. C'est quoi ça? When you start losing that part of marriage, you don't get it. You start acting like, oh, it's okay to not have a man. No, those are the BS that people put on their mind, the mouth and their mind, try to convince people like it's okay. It's not okay. Find a man, marry yourself. You'll be more happier.
Wait, real quick. What if your son Joel says the same thing? I have absolutely no desire to ever be married.
That'll be a waste of life. Seriously. A beautiful man, intelligent man, successful man, nothing's wrong with him. I look at him and say, oh my God, this is my son. This is what I will create, my husband and I created. And he's going to open his mouth, no wife. For what? Why are you going to walk around a single man for the whole life? No. Seriously, you guys are changing so many things. That's not possible. Don't do that. My son, if you watch this video, your mom is here. You need to get married, and you know which kind of woman I want you to marry. You know that. I've been telling you that. I'm not going to change. I want that woman with children. Bring me my kids here so I can hug them. I'm not babysitting though. But please, bring them. I'll love your wife, and she's going to be my daughter. Going businessman, I'm too busy for this married life. Why? I get married, I brought you guys to the world, and you don't want to put other people? Africa need people. A man who's walking around with the key in the hand, in the wallet, in the back pocket, acting like it's all that is important businessman. Nonsense. Get married, have children. That money you're making, who's going to use it? Who's going to spend the money? Piss me off. I don't see why people do that. You see a woman standing there like, oh, I'm a businesswoman and an entrepreneur. I have this, I have business, I have building, I have a boat. No, get married. You are nonsense. Get married. Have a life. That's not life. Man is not the end of the world. Some people have money, they don't have people next to them. They are miserable. You want to impress people. I have this, I have that. I have a yacht sitting there in the water. Who cares? Okay, ask Daddy the question. You made me talk too much. You're upsetting me anyway.
All right. Shout out to Sister Marriott. You're welcome. Now they made me laugh for this comment session. Sister Yinka says it's the husband silence that's killing me. GS said, you are not going to babysit Chai, grandma. And Sister Mario said, that man is tired of that woman yapping. Sister Rose said, utterly disgusting. Sister Mario said, grandmas who don't want to look after children but want you to born. Welcome, Sister Lola. Sister Lola said, it's women like this that uphold patriarchy. Nothing you can tell me. All right. My special guest, Sister Rose. I see Abby in the building. Thank you, Abby, for coming. Abby will hold it down for us when I leave here now. But Sister Rose, what is your take here, real quick, ma?
There are two parts I'm on different sides of the fence. Growing up in an African culture of African parents, I understand the sentiment that is important to us. That is part of the culture. So I get that part, I get the thinking, and I get the ideology. The other part of it is that it's just downright stupid and utterly disgusting. And I say this because a big problem in Africa, and this is where they differ from the Americans, and this is what I love about the Americans, even though America also has its flaws, is this inability to think for oneself, and this inability to live your own life. Everything in Africa is just monkey see, monkey we do. We just follow the pattern. People love to talk about traditions. You put that word, tradition, culture, as if it's a way of, putting this flowery thing on it. But culture and tradition, it simply comes down to a way of doing things. And maybe that was formed for whatever was good for that. Now she made the very idiotic, stupid statement that her life has no value if she doesn't get married. So if you don't, this is what pushes people. This is why the first video ties into the other one. So now you have no value, right? You're nobody unless you have some man, some other human being attached to you. And this is what pushes people into marriages and associations that they don't even want. Let's go back some months about the whole case of Annie and Two-Face Idibia. Everybody kept on saying, why did she stay? Why did she stay? Is it possible because of statements like this that she stayed? Because I don't want to be unuseful. I don't want to have no use. Then here's the second thing. And this is another thing that's very annoying in the way we think. Why do people think that because you have a certain type of life, another person wants that? What if she really, really is not interested in being with anybody? What if she really, really doesn't want anyone? So she goes and get married to please the parents. She's not happy. She's not going to be treating the partner in a way that's nice. She just goes along, but there's no happiness there. And then to put someone's self-worth to be attached to a man, very stupid, antiquated thinking. And the reason I'm saying that is that I'm not saying that marriage is bad. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that at all. But what if this is not what the person wants, or the pressure makes them pick someone who is not good? And then she makes this dumb statement about women with so much money, they're not happy. Go talk to the numerous women who are married and who say they're not happy, who say that their marriages are empty. So sometimes there's nothing even wrong with the marriage. The man is not beating them up or nothing, but they're just not happy in it. So let me just be very clear. I'm not negating marriage. I'm not upping single life. I'm not upping single life and then saying marriage is bad. I'm just saying that let her feelings be put into consideration. But at the same time, like I said, growing up in an African home, I understand the sentiment.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Wow, this is gonna be a long conversation. I will allow Uncle Dayo to chime in and then drop my take before I waka. Uncle Dayo, what's your take, sir?
Thank you very much, Uncle Beno. Um, Sister Rose, thank you for your contribution. But I don't want us to see this thing as a kind of a African thing or American thing. This thing is a commandment by God Himself that we should multiply. It's God's given commandment that you were you were born, you too should give birth. So if somebody decides not to marry or not to or not to procreate, yes, somebody can decide not to do that. If he or she has a good reasons, if she or she has a good reason not to do so, that God Himself can understand, fine. But if it's just out of personal or selfish interest, so to say, I don't think it is good enough because it's a direct violation of God's commandment. At the same time, you are denying the progression of the world that you are in. Because if everybody decide not to marry and everybody decide not to give birth, whatever, it, it's a matter of time. Our world as we know it will, will be no more. So that's
And
why
I
I
would
feel
like
God
to.
Himself. I would like to. What?
No, go ahead, Mr. Da. I thought you had finished. Go ahead.
Okay. No, because it will be like we have cut short the plan of God for the world. Okay. However, I would like to look at it again from another angle because if you are looking at it from the angle of what God says, fine. But what has happened in the world of late has made this relationship called marriage to be something like a burden. Some people see it as a distraction, some people see it as a burden because of the report and because of the information out there. So it is no longer attractive. I remember earlier in the days, everybody looks up to growing up, finish your education, get married, and settle down and have children. Children seem to be the goal that everybody wants. You want to carry your own baby in your hands. And up to today, I believe that joy of a mother carrying her own child cannot be equated with anything. But if somebody all of a sudden decides that no, I don't want that, I don't want to have any children, I don't want to marry, I don't want to be on my own, then something must be terribly wrong somewhere. But I thank God that at least the institution called marriage, yes, devil is busy battling it left, right, and center
I like to
to give
push
it a
back. I
bad
like
name.
to push back on what Mr. Dye said.
Yeah, just let me finish now,
Let him
please.
just
I
finish
can push
because
back.
of his phone.
Because as it is now, a lot of things, a lot of people are coming up with reasons why they don't want to they don't want to marry, and some even prefer that they just want to go and adopt children. They don't want to have their own children, or they just want to be a single parent. They want to just after marriage just have something. Either way they want to do it, maybe through artificial insemination or maybe through um, baby daddy or whatever. They just want to have children, but they don't want to remain in that institution called marriage. No problem. So far, you have obeyed the commandment of God to keep procreating as a human being. But what I'm saying now is that it's not about Africa or it's not about America. These are the mitigating factors against God's commandments, which mostly is being pushed by the devil to shade the institution called marriage and to shade the progression of the human race entirely. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Sister Rose.
Okay. I have two answers to that. One is controversial, one many people won't like, and one many people will may want to cancel me, and that is perfectly fine. Couldn't care less. Number one, you said it's a commandment of the Bible. Well, that's debatable because not everybody believes that. Some people question that are these really truly commandments? Because if you go back and you study history, and you study the Bible. When did this Bible come out? This Bible, I think they said, is maybe about 1,000 years old. Before those commandments came, people had a way of living. That's response number one. So did this really come from God? That's debatable. It may be so, it may not be so. The second thing you said something about, oh, this is a thing all over the world, and commandments and happiness. There are people, if you talk with them, I'm not going by social media, I'm talking about people who I've heard talk. They don't, in fact, even before I get into that, you say you're using the Bible. Well, in that same Bible that you talk about, it said, I think one of the apostles, I thought it was Christ, but they say it was one of the apostles who said that it is even better that you don't get married, because when you don't get married, you are better able to serve God. So if we are so sincere that we really love God and we want to do that, and the commandment in the Bible is saying it, not me. I'm not saying this. I'm not telling people whether they should do it or should not do it. I'm just giving an opinion. I'm not saying either or is good. But if we're really about God, right there, his apostle said that he feels it's better that you stay single because you would serve God even more. Now, the issue of everybody doesn't want that. There are people who that's just not their happiness. There are people who are bringing children into the world. They don't like it. They're just doing it because everybody else is telling them to do it. And the sad thing about it is that now you have children who are not being treated well, who are not being loved because the parents never even wanted it. They're just fulfilling someone else's obligation. And the second thing, the final thing I want to say is humanity. What a joke. Do you see the world that we're bringing people into? Is it not in the same Nigeria where Christians are being unalived? That's humanity, right? We're bringing children into a world where people are taking them for their own purposes. And look at what we keep on talking about. Oh, more and more people. How do we treat each other? How does the everyday person treat each other? So this, ideology of we have more children and humanity continues. Look at how human beings are treating each other every day. Again, I'm not the one who is making the commandment. I'm not saying that it is good or it is bad. But what I am saying is that you saying that it's a commandment of God, there are some schools of thought, there are some literary professors and people who really have studied will tell you that that may not be the case. I'm not going to even get into that. And we're following doctrines that, like I said, you see people, they don't want these children. They're just doing it as an obligation. And we're bringing children into the world that we are making miserable and making people follow ways that they are not happy in. And I'm telling you that this is what some people have said, that they just, marriage for them, even when you visibly look at them and everything looks nice. I'm like, well, no, everything looks good. This is not what they want. So no, again, let me just issue this disclaimer. I did not say it's bad. I did not say that marriage is bad. I did not say children are bad. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that this brush that we paint for everyone, I think, is a false one, the results considered.
All right. I be in the building.
Uncle Ben.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Ben. Can I quickly respond to what Sister Rose said, please?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Now, Sister Rose said that it was not God's commandment. I believe she's a Christian, but let's open the Bible to the book of Genesis chapter 1, verse 22.
This is not Sunday school.
Because okay, let me just make it clear. Even from creation, God told even the animals to increase and multiply, and he told Adam and Eve also to increase and multiply and subdue the earth. God has always been giving his commandments, but he does not make it he does not enforce it upon anybody. That's why we have free will. You can obey God or you can disobey God. And men have always disobeyed God from the beginning up till now. So it will not change. But whether God does not make it is a commandment. God commanded that man should be fruitful. But as a man, you can decide not to be fruitful. You can decide not to procreate. It's your choice. God does not force his will upon anybody. So to say that God does not say that, no, God said it. But men have the will to either obey it or not obey it. It's a choice by man. So, and then you were given examples of Nigeria, as if Nigeria is the worst country in the whole world that people should not bring in children. Nigeria is still better than some countries, and in those
Okay, no,
countries
let me.
whereby
I
they're
gotta,
having wars
I gotta
and
jump in right there.
no,
I
hold
gotta
on,
jump in right there. I
hold
use
on, ma, hold on,
Nigeria
ma. Let me
because
finish.
as a Nigerian, that's what you know. I know other places are bad. That's the only reason I mentioned Nigeria.
Sister Rose, I understand you, but I'm just trying to say that no matter the situation anywhere in the world, if life must continue, life must beget life. And somebody was saying in the Bible that Apostle Paul commanded that it's better not to marry than to be married. It has to do with the things of God, because if you read the whole chapter, what he was saying is that a single person is focused only on God, how to please God, how to serve God, and how to make God happy. But the moment you are married, your focus will be divided. You want to please your husband, you want to please your wife, you want to please your family. That's why I say it's rather preferable that if you remain single so that I can serve God. It's a choice. God does not force anybody, but his commandment still stands. You either obey it or you don't. He will not force you. The fact that two people or some people decided not to have children does not make the world change. The fact that few people decide to be having children does not change anything. But I'm just saying that it's a commandment of God which is in the Bible. It's not to be forced upon anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dio. Abby, you will go next since you're gonna be our moderator for the rest of the show before I can join you guys back. If you will permit me, let me just drop my 2 cents before I come back as far as this topic is concerned. I'm looking at it from a different angle altogether, and I'm looking at the chat. Everybody have actually dropped a lot of valid points, but there are 2 things involved here. To me, I believe it is one thing to not want to be married, and it is another thing to not want children. I know some people who want to be married, but they don't want children. And I know some people who want children, they don't want to be married. Do we agree that those are 2 different conversations in the first place? Abby, you agree, Uncle Dio and Sister Rose?
True.
Okay.
Yes, I do agree.
Okay. So those are 2 different sets of conversation as far as I am concerned. Now, there is this also another angle to this conversation: culture and tradition. And I well, una no go kukuma buy me. Now only una go drag my blockers, but I will say it. Even the Western world we are copying, they have their own culture. They have their own tradition. We as Africans, we have our culture and tradition. And the third part of this conversation, as far as I can see, is expectations and happiness. Every individual in this world deserves to be happy. So, if we want to talk about children, especially this modern day millennial and Gen Z, they are the one who's always coming up with this crazy idea that I don't want to get married or I don't want to have children and all of that. And for me, I understand it when people say that, but my question is why? If your why cannot convince me, I will say you are selfish, or your character is so nasty that you already know that no man can deal with you, and you are not willing to change. Now, the other excuse I can agree with is if you have medical conditions that you are aware of that makes you decided, no, I don't want to get married because I may not be able to have children and I don't want to cause anybody pain. So I want to live my life. I enjoy my life. Now, on the basis of medical condition, I agree with you 100%. But once I start taking it apart by asking why, and your why is not satisfactory, I don't buy it. Because here's the thing. Yes, we all have the freedom to decide and choose what we want to do with our lives. Let's even forget religion now, because I think religion is even bringing more confusion into these things. In animal kingdom, is it not the same thing? Procreation, is it not existing among animals? Why do we have procreation among animals? Is it not for existence? Now, coming to us human, imagine a world where we don't have children. What will happen? Let's just imagine it for a while. Because as people are making this argument of, oh, let people be, let them alone. I always look at it like, yes, if we let them alone, let them be, what will become of our world? And that is why some people have issue with Western ideologies.
And yet the world has so many people, and it is such a wonderful place to live, as we can see. Continue.
Yes, my sister, but let's be honest with ourselves. If we all choose, we don't want children, many of us talking now, we won't even be here. Sure, we know that, right? So when people say, I don't want children, I don't want to be married, I usually ask, let's separate it first. Do you don't want to be married, or you don't want children? Which one is it? Or you want children, you don't want to be married? It's different. Now, I can agree with somebody who say, oh, I want kids, but I don't think I want to do this marriage thing. It makes sense. But once somebody is saying, I don't want to be married, or I don't want children, for me, oh, this is just me, Uncle Beno, I'm beginning to look at you as a very selfish human being. I'm sorry. Because somebody gave back to you. Somebody spend their money, their time, they sacrifice everything for you to be in this world that you are enjoying, that you feel like, hey, no, I don't want to take care of anybody. I don't want to do nothing.
Uncle
No.
Ben, who told you I'm enjoying?
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Who told you I would not have enjoyed heaven or wherever I would have been better? How do you know? I don't know that.
Abby, I agree you. That's why I said this conversation go long. So for me, you need a why. That's what I just want to emphasize. For anybody who have the same mindset now, please go back and think deeply. Anytime I want to talk about my choice that I don't want to have kids and I don't want to be married, my why need to be solid. Because if the why is not solid, a lot of people will not agree with you. And for me, coming back to the video that we just played now, I understood that mama 100%. And I'm behind her 100%. Yeah. I said this, and I'm saying it, even my children, they don't hear them from me, small. My goal, because if we are going along the line of being happy and being fulfilled, my goal, my dream is to have children, take care of my children, give them everything I can according to my ability, pray that they become successful, they get married, they have children, so I can even have grandkids. That is fulfillment for me, okay? So when I have you, and I'm sacrificing all of this to raise you, the moment you grew up and you get to a stage and you are saying, I don't want to be married, I just want to live my life, oh, I don't want to have kids. Me, I'll be consequentialist. I will tell you, beautiful, excellent. But here's the thing. Your priority or your expectation of me is now limited. Yes, it has become limited. There are certain things you will encounter in life that if you want to call on me, expecting me to give you that fatherly emotional support. It won't be there. Oh. And I won't regret it a bit. I will carry my Dom Pedro and drink. If your mama stress me over the war, I'll give you an example. There are certain privileges that comes with people who either get married or they have children, as far as a father is concerned or a mother is concerned. For instance, if God bless me, I'm a billionaire, and as my daughter, you said you don't want to get married, you don't want to have children. In my will, you are getting nada. She, wait small. In fact, I will put a clause in my will with a lawyer. If this Pekin, if any of these other children, if they give this Pekin either my property or my money, take the whole shit back from them. Yes, because I have done my part. I have given you a better word. Now you've decided you want to be you. So now I'm going to be me. That is just my take, because I'm an African. Yes, I'm your parent. I have expectation. If I make you happy, you have to make me happy. Now, if you get married, maybe you thought you have the right guy, it doesn't work out. Now, me go there for front. Say, no, don't do it. If after the first one you said, Dad, I don't think I want to do this anymore, I'm behind you 100%. But for you to just go by other people's experiences, just what you hear other people saying, and that is what you are forming your own decision on, that I don't want to get married, I don't want to have children, and you can't give me a solid why, a strong why you don't want to do it. If I can narrow your why down to selfishness, we're done. That's my take. Over to you, Abby.
Uncle Ben, please, before you go, because I know you have to go, I have to ask you a very important question.
Yes.
Can you please give us 3 reasons why you chose to have children? Because you keep going on about selfishness when having children in itself is selfish, because that's what you want. Like I said in the chat, most parents, most Nigerian parents have children because they believe that that's the next thing they have to do. I'm not mad at it. I want children myself. But let's forget the Bible for a second. Most of the time, it is also for your own selfish needs. So at the end of the day, both options are selfish. So you need to give us 3 reasons why you chose to have children. And you would see that those reasons are rooted in selfishness itself, not selflessness. It's not like you went to adopt children that are suffering. That's selflessness. There's no, what's the selflessness about having children besides, oh, I have to go by what God is saying, that marriage is for procreation.
Okay.
Most of it is rooted in selfishness.
Do you want me to answer?
Go ahead, sir.
Don't worry, I have my special guest here, Sister Rose. She can still address the whole thing. I will be listening while I'm driving. But here is my answer. First off, my sweet Abby, are you glad that you are here in this world?
Some, not all the time.
Okay, but are you glad that somebody brought you into this world? That
not
you are having this
not all the
experience?
time, Uncle Ben.
So you would have preferred not to be in this world?
I don't know, because I don't know what is beyond the world or where unborn babies are. That's why I'm saying that the comparison is not fair, because we don't know what anything else.
You are not.
Uncle Ben, I have to wake up every morning, go to work, struggle. It's not like I'm Motodola's daughter or something. Like, adulting gets tough sometimes.
Abby, if you have the choice, I'm trying to answer your question in a logical way. If you have the choice when you were born as a baby, would you have go back if you have the choice?
I don't know, Uncle Ben.
Good that you don't know. But whenever you see your dad and your mom, do you see them happy when they see you? Or when they see you, they are angry? Are they not happy when they see you?
Is it about my parents? Am I about me?
No, it's for everybody. Everybody can answer too. This question go to the same. Everybody watching me right now, it's not just Abby. When you were growing up as a baby, up to the point where you start facing life responsibility yourself, when you see your parent, when they are joy, happy around you? Or do you grow up seeing that your parents are happy when they see you? Or do you grow up noticing that your parents are angry whenever they see you? That's a question for everybody.
So my parents are happy. That means
when they see you, right?
So they're happy when they see me. So that means it's selfish of them to have had me, because am I happy when I see my parents?
Abby,
No, Uncle Ben, you're asking the wrong question. Your question should be,
I'm
am
not
I happy
asking
when
you
I
wrong.
see my
I
parents?
am answering your question, Abby.
Your question is from my point of view of it's selfish from parents. So my parents are happy.
Thank you.
But am I the child happy?
Abby, you agree that your parents are happy when they see
Uncle
you,
Ben,
right?
answer my question. I'm me, the child. You need to ask me if I'm happy.
I'm answering your question, but if I don't ask this question, you won't get where I'm coming from. So I agree. You say we are selfish to be happy as parents. We are selfish to be happy when we see our children. I agree with you. I'm not arguing that. But you saw them happy, right? And everybody watching, do you see your parents happy when they have you're growing up? That they are so proud, they are less sweet. Anybody? If your parents were not happy, just drop it. Oh, my own parent too. Anytime they see me now cry, they cry. They blame God. Abby, you know the answer and you don't want to give me, my dear. So
I've answered you already. I'm
they're
happy,
right?
My
Okay,
parents
good.
are happy. Yes.
Oh, good. Which means your parents deserve to be happy, just like everybody else. And just like you and everybody now, everyone deserves to be happy, right? So you want to go after what makes you happy. So if you ask me, I have children because I am happy to be a parent. I desire to have children.
So you're selfish. Selfish desire.
Yes, I agree. Okay. I desire to have children, and that is why I am doing everything working my butt off, because I am the one who is happy. Say I want the children. You feel me now? Okay.
Yeah, selfish. So you not answer my question. You kind of reiterated what I said. So most parents have children for selfish reasons.
See, he's being happy. Yes, he's being happy. I am not arguing the selfish.
Yes, being happy because you don't consider the child's happiness, Uncle Ben. Also, you're using us as an example. Sorry, Uncle Dial. Sorry, 1 second, sir. First of all, you're also using people like me. You already know my history. I'm from a relatively happy home. There's people that's not their reality. There's children that's not their reality. One of the trending gist on social media this week is a girl who was RIP'd by her male family members, and she passed a couple years ago, and it's come back up after 7 years, justice for her, right? And it's opened a lot of girls up to saying, yes, this happened with my uncle, this happened with my dad, this happened with my cousins, Uncle Ben. Those girls could not have possibly wanted to be children in that household. You're using people, you're asking us that have good homes, that don't have all of this history. But there's children that's not their reality. There's also parents that have demonic children, for the lack of better words, that's not their reality. Ultimately, I'm saying that the problem with this conversation is that majority of African parents, Nigerian parents, they have children because they think that's the next thing to do. It's the same way majority of Nigerian girls, when you finish university, what next is there to do? Get married. Whether or not you're ready, nobody cares. Whether or not you're emotionally ready, socially ready, nobody cares, because guess what? Once your father has finished paying school fees for you, you finish university. What else is there to do? You go and get married. That's the same way they finish counting everything. The next thing to do is have children. That is a mentality problem. It doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do.
Abby, you're not. See, this is
I'm getting you. You're the one that is not getting me, sir.
I am getting you. You say we are selfish. I say yes, I agree. I think,
but Ben, that's a case of the pot calling the kettle black. You just said that whoever decides that they don't want that, they're selfish. Now you're admitting that you're selfish. So I don't get it. You're saying one person is selfish, but by your own admission, after much interrogation, you've admitted that you're selfish too. So how then can you attack the other person for their choice? And then you said, there was a language you used. You said your exact words is, I made the choice to have kids. You said you made the choice. Now your daughter doesn't have a choice. And again, this is for the sake of conversation. Oh, I beg, let nobody say I said it's bad to have children. I'm saying for the sake of the conversation, you said you had a choice. You made the choice. So your daughter doesn't get the
You
choice?
know, do you know
Continue.
why? Do you know why I'm getting all this pushback now? I think you guys, with the moment I said, look, if you are my child, and after I've trained you everything, you come back and said, Daddy, I don't want to be married. I don't want to have children. And I said, fine. Why? If you cannot give me a very concrete why, and it has nothing to do with medical condition, if all you are telling me is going off on, oh, this person has marriage, the marriage was bad, this person do this, the other one was terrible. If that's what you are giving me, I said, for me, from that moment henceforth, you are on your own. I've completed my duty.
Okay, so wait a
Now,
minute. Question. What if it was none of those reasons? What if it wasn't anybody's bad experience? What if this was just not because I've heard some people say that was just never an interest. What if it was not from anyone's negative experience? They just don't want it. What then? I'm just
Sister
asking.
Rose.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just
yeah,
asking.
I'm coming on Kudaya because I'll soon
Sister
come
Rose.
out. Money
Okay.
no verse. Yeah. See, Sister Rose, this is gonna be tough, but I will say it anyhow. Anyway, that's why we're here. Anybody that don't have any solid reason for not wanting to marry or having children and just say, it's just my decision, I just want it, that person is selfish.
And
That
vice versa.
person have either the person have did a self-evaluation and feel like, with the way I am wired, my brain, my mindset, the way I am moving, I don't think anybody can tolerate me. So let me just do my day. That is just it. And there is nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. There is nothing wrong with that. Everybody has the freedom to do whatever. I'm just saying that if not me, as a parent, based on this video that we played, once you don't have a solid reason that you don't want to be married or have children, I have done my part. If I'm a billionaire, you are not getting a dime. You cannot go. Look, if I have like 5 or 4 children, and you decide, say, I just don't want to marry, I don't want to have children. You are now a grown adult. But that's why you can make your own decision. Don't expect that you go out, something happens, and you did that. No. You are not coming to my place. No. You are grown. I have other children who are married and they have grandbaby that I have to attend to.
So in
My
other words, your
emotion,
children's value and love is predicated on another human being attached to them. That is so absurd and pathetic.
Sister Rose, he also wants us to fulfill extra selfishness by also giving grandchildren.
Okay.
The ideology.
Again, we are not free to make our own decision. You are free to make your decision. I'm free to make mine now. People are having problem with it again.
No, I like. What did I say? What did I say in the very beginning, Ben? For the sake of conversation, I'm not saying either way is good or bad. I'm just analyzing your statement, and your statement said, because Ben, listen, and I say this with the utmost respect. Let's stop playing games. You said there's nothing wrong with it. There is something wrong with it because you used the word selfish. Selfish is not a good terminology. It's a negative. That's number one.
Guys are the one that says selfish.
That's number. No, Ben. Don't turn it around, Ben. You said that if the person does not want to have kids, by your own opinion, because this is really nothing more than opinion, that person is selfish. You said there's nothing wrong with it, but that's not true, because when you use the word selfish, there's something wrong. I will land, Ben. I'm going to be done in less than 60 seconds.
I just want you to also include my caveats when I said it.
Yeah, and I'm saying everything you said. Then the second thing,
I said If
Mhm.
your reason for not wanting to have children is not medical related, and if your reason for not wanting to be married is not your own personal experience, if it is based off of, oh, I saw Tunde, I saw Bola, my husband did this to Bola, I saw this one did that, but these are none of your own personal experience. It's just based off of what you observe. And you are saying, you know what? I ain't doing it. That is when I said I will conclude that you are being selfish. So please, just they include that caveat, Sister Rose.
Okay, yeah. So we add all your okay, yeah. So all of that included. And then you say, again, your choice. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just making an assessment based on what you said. Because your child, a human being that came on his own and will leave on his own, because that child did not attach themselves to another human being, they get negated. They don't get your wealth. You know what, Ben? Ben, let me finish. Let
You
me
are no longer
finish.
entitled to it. That is my own happiness.
No,
You
and
have to seek your own happiness. You are grown.
no, but here is the thing. The
Getting married,
ones who
you
Ben, let
getting
me
married,
Ben,
having
Ben,
children,
let me finish, please. Let me
happiness.
finish, please. You made your point.
Okay?
You said that the ones who don't, if this one doesn't get married, again,
Mhm.
you're right, your choice. They don't get your money if you're a billionaire. But the ones who do get married to this wonderful human being, they get your wealth. So, in other words, one gets punished and cut off because they didn't attach themselves to another human being, and the others get rewarded. Again, your choice. It's your choice. But
Rose,
I'm
that is
all of
not
that, Ben.
punishment.
Huh?
That is not punishment. It's you say they get this is not punishment. Look, there is something I've always said in
Ben,
this
you mean it as a
situation.
punishment. You do mean it as
It's
you
not,
do mean it as a punishment. You do. You do,
Sister
because why
Rose,
would you cut them off?
it's not punishment. Look, I believe everybody has their own set of belief. That's why I make reference to myself. I don't want to speak for no one else. I believe in community. I believe in togetherness. I believe in sharing. I believe in happiness. I believe in pain. I believe all of this make up your life. Now, if you don't want to follow the conventional way of life, then there is no need for you to be part of the conventional way of life of other people. That's my point.
And that's the beautiful thing. That's why I will always say, God bless America. You know why?
Oh, yeah.
Until this animal now is trying to mess up things, but that ability to have autonomy and create and live the way you want, because even all this tradition and culture that you keep on saying, like I said, go look up the definition of tradition and culture. It's a way of doing things. And a lot of people, I remember I don't know if he left. He always used to say, "Oh, well, the Indians have their culture and the Chinese have their culture and traditions." Yes, they all have their cultures and traditions and they follow them. But go talk to those people and go see what's really happening, how they really feel, how
That
many of
is
some are happy
their
and
way
some
of
are not.
life.
But what I'm
Their
saying
way
is,
of
wait a
life.
second, Ben, because we tell people, and it's not just even in the area of marriage, it's even in the area of professions, in careers. Oh, you have to do this particular career. Okay, talk about pleasing family. Being in the medical profession and staying at that job, I did a lot of this because I love my parents. I love the pride that they take. And I stayed on my job for a long time because, oh, my daughter, she's in a medical profession, to make them happy. I did that. But inside, I'm dying inside. I don't like it. It's too stressful. But they're happy. The image looks nice. So I'm just saying that people suffer because of that. Again, Ben, I'm not saying I'm not live, and I say this with the utmost respect. Hold on to your principles. But
Yes.
what I am saying is that tradition, it's Fela said something in one of his songs. He says, "Oyibo use their English, Dabaru, we Africans. Ben, you know what that means. Now, for the American for the American listener, what it is that the white man has a way of using language to code stuff. Tradition and culture is nothing more than a fancy way of doing a certain way of doing things and following a certain code. But
I
just
disagree
because
with
you
you
do
on that
things, wait a second, Ben, let me finish. Because you are following a way and a tradition does not make it right or suitable. But
Okay.
go ahead, go to the listeners. Go ahead, go get married. It's
Rose,
the nice thing to
Rose,
do. Whether you're happy or not, or whether you like it or not, just go ahead. Tradition and culture take
Sister
reign.
Rose.
That's all.
Sorry, Sister Rose. So I have a question real quick, ma, please. Sister Rose,
I'm listening. I'm listening.
do Americans have culture and tradition? That's my question. Americans, British, Canadians, do they have culture and tradition? Or they don't?
And Ben, did you not hear me say a few moments ago, a few sentences ago, that if you go to every single place, they have their ways of doing things.
Okay, that is culture and
But it
tradition,
does,
right?
but it does not mean that because these people are many follow, many go along. Even this thing with the marriage, many people in America go along with it. But there are also many who some are happy with it. Please, I want let me make this clear. I am not negating it. But what I'm saying is that the person has to really want to do it, not just follow a tradition that your heart is not in it. That's all I'm saying, Ben.
So, do I have right to my own expectations?
Ben, did
Just
you not
like
hear
you
me
have
say that you have the right to do that?
Okay, cool. That is why people should just understand that for a dad to say, look, if you don't have medical conditions and you don't have any terrible experience or something that really make you don't want to do this, I see no reason why you shouldn't say you don't want to have baby, you don't want to get married or anything. That's why I said it's two different conversations. Me, I can live with you, say, okay, I just don't want to be married, but I want to have my baby. I may struggle initially, but I will come around. But you don't want to be married and you don't want to have baby. And I me born you, I raised you well. I suffer, I raised you. Nothing is wrong with you. And you don't want to have baby, you don't want to be married. It's your decision. I also have the right to my own decision. It makes you happy not to have baby, not to be married. It also makes me happy not to have anything to do with you. Because now you are a pain in the butt.
Uncle Ben.
You are becoming entitled. Don't you
Uncle
get
Ben,
it?
this is so odd.
That is so absurd and so pathetic.
I will join you back in about 25 minutes. I'll join you back. That's the
Uncle Ben, you know what it is
gentlemen.
that I hear you. You see, you're not wrong in the sense that is what you know, right? And that's the point of platforms like this. But Uncle Ben, you have to understand that before I'm a child that's going to get married. So let me use myself as an example.
Abby, please, I have to go. I go the listing.
Okay, as long as you can hear me.
But remember,
I've done so much.
Abby, wait. Today, Auntie Sister Rose is our special guest. So when people start calling in and everything, always let's have Sister Rose take on it.
No, Abby, let Abby take the crown because she does it so well. She does it so well, and she's competent.
No, you are still the special guest. You have to be
understand what Uncle Ben is saying. Don't
justify
worry.
your take. At least everybody is agreeing with you. But I know Uncle Dayo and I, we know what's up. But okay. All right.
Yeah, because Uncle Dayo
is
and you are Nigerian parents.
Dayo should be on suspension.
So you're going to have the same take on this issue. But I think it's
Abby,
important
can I say
to
something,
say
please?
that. Sorry, so let me just finish what I want to say. Then that's what I'll say, Uncle Ben, and then I'll let you take the floor. I think that we're not here to say that you are absolutely wrong based off of our upbringing and we knowing how Nigeria is set up. But it's just that if a child has spent, let's say, 30 years on earth and they've done so much, right? You're proud of their academics, you're proud of their career paths. They don't embarrass you. Do you know how many children that I see on the internet? I'm just like, where's your family? The kind of things that they say, the kind of things they do on the internet. Your children actually do well by you, based off of the 1 second. Okay. Based off of the values and the morals you've instilled in them. Somehow they are not amazing children anymore because they don't want to have children and get married. That is what I'm struggling with, Uncle Ben. I know you can hear me. So that is what I'm struggling with, is that you would say, oh, now you're a pain in the butt because they don't want to get married or because they don't want to have children. This has nothing to do with me particularly. Everybody here knows I want to get married and I want to have children. But Uncle Ben, that's not where you draw the line where your children are concerned. And that is the problem here. Okay, Uncle Dayo, please take the floor.
Yeah, actually, Abby, I'm sorry to say this. You all are just fighting against what is not. Let me explain. See, ever since the creation of the world, things have been like this. People have always done whatever they think is right for them. Some people hold legacy strongly, some don't value it. Some people hold posterity in high esteem, some people don't value it. People hold procreation, having descendants highly,
Uncle
and
Dayo,
some don't make anything of it. Hello,
I
can you
feel
hear
like you
me?
might, I don't know if you're too low.
Okay, let me come up a bit.
Okay, thank you, sir.
What I'm saying is this. I was saying that some people hold some certain values in life highly, while some don't regard it at all. What you hold passionately to be high value belief to you may be nothing to the next person sitting next to you. However, the foundation of God standeth sure. No matter what human being does, for whatever reason why they do it, they cannot compromise the standard of God. And God has given everybody this free will to do whatever they want to do. Even though majority of people are doing contrary to the will of God, it does not change God's will. God's will still remains God's will. That's number one. Number two, you were making references to bringing children into this poverty-stricken world, blah blah blah. Diseases are here, war are here, people are dying. I mean, people are buying and all. Question that I will ask you as a person: can you afford to take care of a child when you have one? If the answer is yes, then you are not part of that. Because from the beginning of the world till now, some people have been struggling to take care of children and they could not, and yet they keep giving birth. And those children, some survive, some don't. But that does not stop them from still going back and doing the same thing over and over again. It's a matter of choice. Nobody can force you against your will. I don't support parents forcing their children to marry. Neither do I support children not wanting to marry or to have children. But I respect people's choices. What we are talking here is simple. Bad vices. Yes, we are now in a world of everybody have their choices, they can do whatever they want to do. But there's an adage that says when children are cutting tree in the forest, an elder that is sitting down knows which direction the tree will fall. If what is happening now in this generation, if people don't rise up and speak against it or try to control it or try to curb it, I can bet you in the nearest future, human being may cease from existing. And look at the irony. Up till now, up till now, animals are still procreating. A time is going to come in this world if this new breed of ideas continues and in this world there are no human beings, and then what will happen? They will overtake the world. See, it's not about what you want. God brought everybody into this world for a reason. And if you don't fulfill that reason, it is left between you and God. If you have health complications, if you have health reasons, or if you have reasons enough that you can stand before God and say, God, this is the reason why this thing that you gave me to use it to procreate to, I didn't use it. Fine, it is between you and your God. But don't just do it because it's that people are doing, so you too want to follow suit as kind of what people around you are doing for now. No, nobody promised you that this will be easy. Marriage has never been easy. Childbearing too will never be easy. But I challenge every mother hearing me now. After going through the chain of childbirth, did you regret having those children? I challenge every mother hearing me now. After suffering whatever you suffered through childbirth, did you regret having those children? These are the prices that most people are looking for. Some people are willing to pay millions to have them. Some people are willing to go extra lengths to get them. It's not because it's a price, but it's something that they want to have as a thing of joy. The joy of seeing yourself being reproduced surpasses anything in this world. It's not about fame. It's not about popularity. It's not about money. It's not about being doing what people are doing. It's about a personal fulfillment that only you can experience. You said something when Uncle Benu was talking that your parents are happy having you. Yes, and I like what you said also that you yourself, you want to have your own children. But please don't lend voice to people that are leaning towards the other way. Because at the end of the day, bad things spread fast. Let us hold high the value of goodness to something that we know that this is good. Let us push it. The same reason why many people see marriage as a cage of evil, because people spread bad marriages information more than the good ones. The people that are in good marriage, they don't talk. But the people that enter bad marriages, they are the one you see on social media, and they are the one as if that is the only news about marriages. No, I tell you, there are many good marriages out there than the bad ones. Quote me anywhere. The only difference is just that many people don't come out to speak about good marriages. Oh, I am enjoying my own marriage. You will hardly see people coming out to say it. But all what you have been seeing every day, social media, in the news, all around you, is the news of people having bad and terrible. That marriage has now become something like a plague. Would do us these things? It's the devil. It's the devil, because now an average woman or an average guy detests marriage with a passion, not because of anything, but because of what they have been hearing and because of what they have been seeing, so to say. Meanwhile, those people that are supposed to be preaching the good news about, oh, me, I'm married, I'm happy, I'm this, they all kept quiet for God knows why. That's why many people now, if you ask them, it's not because they have experienced anything bad before. They will tell you that, no, I don't want to marry. Now, imagine a Gen Z that has never married before that's telling you, no, I don't want to marry, I don't want to have children. It is from somewhere. He got that idea from somewhere. I can agree, or maybe I can maybe understand if there are some ladies that have entered marriage before, they try it once, they try it twice, it didn't work out, and say, no, I'm not trying it again. I can understand that. But you that have never even experienced anything and you are like already saying, no, it's not for me, I don't want to do it. Then which frequency are you tuning to? What are you listening to? And then we now that we know that this thing that we believe is good, we are keeping quiet. We are not trying to tell them, oh boy, at least consider this thing. It is right for you to do. We all keep quiet and we all supporting them. Now you are advocating for people that don't want to get married, but you yourself, you want to marry and have children. Come on, Abby. We should have done that. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to the issue of God created human beings and God gave us free will. So at Ashlyn and at Marot, they have been battling me on the platform. I got only one thing to tell you and my sisters. It's not about me. but I will always stand with God no matter what. Even though the whole world is going left and God is going right, I would rather stay with God. I will go right. I may look stupid, I may look foolish, but I will stay with God and go right. Because why? The fact that the whole world is, in fact, it is even clear. As a Christian, God said that if you see the whole world going left, purposefully choose to go right, because God does not move with the crowd. God doesn't move with the crowd. God moves with minority. That's why he said that few will be that shall be saved, and wide is the gate that goes to hellfire. So if you see the old people, for your own safety, choose to go right. So in this life now, where now this thing that we're talking about, go back into the 80s, go back into the 90s. It will never have been a discussion. But because the more we claim to have been exposed, the more we claim to be deviating from the norms and from the values of God. That's why we are having more evil every day, more bad things happening to us every day, and the world is getting out of hand every day. These are the issues. Nobody can force anybody not to marry, or nobody can force anybody to go into marriage. It's a personal choice. But anything that you have to do, always have it at the back of your mind that God's will should be obeyed. And please, let us also remember, it's a personal choice. You have your will, I have my will. God bless us all.
Thank you, Uncle Dayo. I think it's important to ask this question since we've already taken it there. Based off of what Sister Marriott said in the comment section, stop encouraging people who don't want children to have them. They make terrible parents. I agree with this. And it's the same thing even with marriage. There's a lot of people that get into marriage just because of pressure. And I'm wondering, with the pattern that this show has taken, it seems as though we don't really understand. Someone who has an auntie who relationship just never worked out. Marriage never worked out. All of her sisters are married. Everything. We are now her own children because, unfortunately or fortunately, she's also a staunch Catholic who decided that no matter what, she was never going to have children. There was a period when she went through this very terrible fibroid and all that. And I remember that one of the things I was much younger, and I remember how they kept telling her that, oh, it's important for her to have surgery so that she can just go through with the the procedure, let her just have children. And she's like, I can't have children out of wedlock. So I'm saying that we have a lot of people that are unlucky. And there are people that get to a point where they kind of stop trying. Nowadays, we have people, because, again, it's very, very complicated, where we have people that are in their early 30s already considering things like freezing their eggs. Or in fact, me, that I'm 28, people have already said to tell me that, oh, they feel like if I don't find anybody by next year, I should consider freezing my eggs. Like, it's become such a thing, right? Whereas the major issue here is that we're also promoting things like what Toke Makinwa did as well. Because in a sense, you don't have a husband, you're incomplete. You don't have children, you're incomplete. So you have to choose something. And then in turn, we're also encouraging people to now have to go through this whole childbearing by themselves without a husband. Right? Some of them would have done without either. So either way, there's always going to be a problem, because people are still going to come and say what Toke Makinwa did is wrong because she did not do it according to the word of God. So what do we want? Because people are not lucky with love. It doesn't matter what they do. Whether it's the Bible, whether it's just how God, I don't know what it is, but it is true. Now, the auntie that I gave you as an example that is a staunch Catholic, there's nobody that is as, obviously, there's no way for me to know anyone's covenants with God. But from my own outlook, there's nobody that could have done it better than her. But she just ended up not being lucky. And she ended up giving up at some point, because now I'm 40, now I'm 50. Let me just take my sister and my brother's children as my own children. You know? So I don't really understand the narrative, because there's always going to be an issue where this is concerned, because sometimes we actually cannot control these things. That is actually my issue. And most especially, I've heard people say that they are not maternal. Women especially, they are not maternal. but somehow they still feel the pressure to have children. And then all of a sudden, they're very hostile to their children and are wondering why. They knew they were not maternal to begin with. They've never felt like they wanted to be mothers. But society said that as long as you're a woman, you're supposed to be a mother. But there are people that say they don't feel that way. I don't know that. I have nephews. I love my nephews. I love my nieces. So I can't relate to that. But we can't assume that they don't know what they're saying because we're not in their head. It says you want to term it as a mental illness now. People actually say it all the time. They don't feel maternal. And you're focusing on women. Like Sis Marriott said, I know men that don't want children. In fact, I know a guy that said that he thinks children are a liability. He thinks children, that he has nephews and nieces, and he thinks that children are a waste of time and money. This is a man. This is a man. So where do we go from here, Uncle Daya? Because there's always going to be an issue. If I'm 40 and I'm not, God forbid, if a woman is 40, let me not use myself, and they're not getting married, what should they do? Should they go and do what Tokemakiwa did? You people who
No, you should hate yourself.
The Bible to put that one down as well. So where do we go from here? Let people do what they want to do. Let those that believe in it do it and leave the rest. After all, Nigeria is 250 million. We're too many for our country anyway. Let's cut it down. Let's start to cut it down. If we're being honest, not everybody's going to get married and not everybody's going to have children. That is my point. It has nothing to do with me. Sister Marriott, that's not her belief. I'm pretty sure that is not her belief from what I know. But we're just saying that for others that they feel that way, it is better for that to be a personal decision than for us to force it on them, because that makes them terrible parents. When Uncle Ben was asking me questions about myself and my family, me, I love my dad. I love being my father's child. But I know people that don't love being their parents' child. I told you before we got to this point in the conversation, I told you what's been trending on social media. I didn't put it on the backstage because I try to avoid heavy things like that on the backstage because it is very heavy. But there are people whose parents put them through so much hell. There's no way those kind of people, you can ask them that question that Uncle Ben asked and they will answer, because they don't want to be in this world, but they don't have a choice. So we that are we're still, maybe we're the majority, but there's a lot of people in the world that are not happy to be here. So it's not fair to say, oh, are you not happy to be here? Are you not happy to? I don't know. I don't know any other option. But I know for a fact that sometimes I'm very tired just being an adult. And yes, I don't have a terrible life, but I'm often tired. And I just always think, oh my God, what would it have been if I've not been in this, if I was not in this world? Like, would things be better? And I'm sure we've all gone through that at some point, whether it's being in debt, whether it's having a very terrible, hard exam, whatever it is, it's crossed our mind what it might be if we were not on earth. It doesn't mean that we don't appreciate being here. However, we don't know any better than being here anyway. So what are we comparing it to? Have any of us been to heaven before? No, we haven't. Do we know where children that are unborn stay? No, we don't. So what are we comparing to? We have no comparison here. So I'm just a bit tired of the whole narrative of what the Bible says. Amazing. Yes, the Bible, even me, I'm a Christian. I literally led Sunday school yesterday. But let's start to put things into context of the world that we live in today, right? Regardless of being Christian, we have to understand that not everybody is a believer like us, one. Secondly, even believers don't often get it right. Do we not know people that have been steadfast in their work with God and they never got married or children right? Is that not the reason why we have IVF and all sorts, of which many people will never be able to afford IVF, Uncle Dayo? Many people will never be able to afford IVF because IVF is also for the rich. So even if you're steadfast in your work with God, you cannot afford IVF. What's that the point now? Because a lot of people that are Christian also have infertility issues. I don't have anything else to say. Sister
Okay.
Rose.
Abby,
Yeah,
two pushbacks,
and
please.
yeah, and
Two pushbacks, please. Let me quickly say this. I never said that people should be forced against their wish. I never said that. I've said, and I maintain my standard, that everybody have a choice in whatever they do with themselves. Don't allow anybody to push you into what you don't want to do. That's number one. It's your life. For women who don't want to have children, It's their choice. Let them live it. For men who doesn't want to have children, it's their choice. Let them live that life. Nobody should influence anybody because nobody can force me to have children if I choose to have children. And nobody can force me not to have. I mean, if I choose not to have, nobody can force me to go and have it. So nobody said anybody should force anybody. And nobody is saying that anybody should be made to do what will not be beneficial to his or to our own health. You know your health cannot carry it, for crying out loud. Please, why must you go into it? Why? You know you don't have the capacity to bear children. Why must you put yourself through the rigors of risking your life just because you want to do what people say? That one is on you. And also, this issue of marriage is a choice. Some people just can't cohabit with people. They just can't cohabit with fellow humans in the same room, under the same roof. They just can't. They don't have the capacity. So let them be single. It's not by force. Nobody forces anybody. But whatever anybody does, there is a standard that is proper. That's all that I'm saying. That standard may not be good for some people and may be good for some people. Because what is good for you as a standard may not be good for me as a standard. That's why I bring the Bible into it. The Bible is the one that can judge between my standard and your standard to give us, okay, which one is aligning with the will of God. But even God himself does not force anybody to do anything. God can never force you to marry. God can never force you to have children. God can never force you to do anything you don't want to do. He won't just give you free will. And I've said that over and over here. So don't think that me and Okubo, no, we are saying that, no, you people must get married. You people must have children. No.
That's
We are
what
only
Uncle
just
Ben.
establishing, we are only just establishing what is the perfect will of God for every human. But every woman, okay, now let me give you a clue, Abby. Since this war began, okay, there have been sicknesses here and there, and people still keep on living. Since this war began, there has been poverty here and there, and people still keep on living. And until this war will end, wars and everything will still continue, but we still keep on living. Some may survive, some will not. But whosoever is alive is happy to live till the next day. That does not mean that you will change your view about what you want to do about life. And that does not mean that you should allow somebody to influence you about what he or she wants to do so that you can come and join him or her. No. It's a choice that you have to make by yourself. Okay, I want to do this. I want to be married. I don't want to have children. If your partner agrees, Shikina, go ahead with it. Me, I don't want to be married and I don't want to have children. If your partner, I once met a woman, a lady in those days, very, very young and beautiful lady. And she told me, she said, Dayo, as I'm looking at me, I will never get married. I said, why? She said, all what she wanted, now this was in the 80s, so for you to know how far back this is. All what I wanted to do was just to get pregnant for 2 or 3 rich men, born for them, and then the money they be giving me to take care of their children is what I'll be using to live my life. That's her choice. And up to today, that lady is here to marry. And of course, she has children. She told me a long time ago. So everybody have their choice. Everybody have their choice. So it's not that anybody is trying to impose anything upon it. That's what I was telling Sister Ashling and Sister Marriott, that don't see it as if we are trying to like enforce anything. We are just trying to make a balance. Okay, this is what's happening in the world. This is what is happening. People are saying this. People are saying that too. So people don't want to do this. Yes, it's their choice. And then Uncle Beno came out and said that for him, if he has a child that said this, that this is what he will do, it's his own choice. Me, if you ask me the same question, I may say the same thing and I may not. But it's a matter of choice. So nobody's making a general argument here that, oh, this is the way it must be, or this way it must not be. And then when you are debunking also, You are debunking with the mind as if everything that we were saying is against the norm of what's happening now. No, you are just trying to strike a balance. Thank you.
Uncle Dio, the thing about arguments is that everybody on this platform is predominantly African and probably Nigerian, right? We already are aware of these things. So there's no point repeating what we are aware of. So that's why we're debunking what we are not used to, which is why even when I started my conversation, I said Uncle Ben and Uncle Dio are not wrong because that is all they know. That is how we've been brought up. And quite frankly, I'm reading everybody's comments and I'm familiar with most people on Real Fam, and I don't even think that this is even their own personal thoughts in the sense that they want children, they want marriage. I mean, Ashley, for instance, we talk about this all the time, and relationships and all. I don't think that is about even our own personal preference per se. It's just about the idea of leaving people alone. And most especially, you're saying stuff like nobody's saying that people don't have a choice. Of course, people have a choice because you and Uncle Ben are not everybody's dads or everybody's uncle or whatever. So there's people that are going to do this that we don't know, or my sister or my brother, we don't know them, right? But Uncle Dio, I think the issue here is similar to consent, like I always talk about. I think the issue is that all of this all this talk, right? All of this pressure, all of these judgments is what makes it seem like you don't have another option. You don't have any other option but to actually have children and get married, right? Because you're saying nobody is forcing you, but there's people like Uncle Ben that are also saying stuff like, could never be me if that's my daughter. So everybody's aware of this subtle threat and this subtle judgment, regardless of if it's said to your face or not, right? Even me today, as I'm talking to you today, somebody has asked me, an auntie has asked me, how far with boyfriend? With husband. That so I sent you a message basically to say, how are you doing? And the answer is that I'm waiting for the good news. So I cannot ask you how you are doing now without telling me that you're waiting for the good news, because that is what happens in Nigeria. Now, I'm not offended by it. She did not say it in a bad way, but that's the reality. All of these things build up. Imagine in my own house as well. Now, my dad is sort of dad that asks me, how far now? Where's your husband? I have friends that they get these questions all the time, right? So no, you might not say it like it's by force or it's an issue. Ultimately, all of these subtle signs are there. All of this sometimes subtle pressure. Some people is even full on pressure, not even subtle. All these things exist. The judgment of not wanting to do that. So even if that's not your preference, you wouldn't dare come and say it is not your preference. I wouldn't dare go to my dad now and say, oh, dad, you know what? I've been thinking now I don't want to have children, or I don't want to have a husband. Because I'm already concerned about the judgments. Because I'm Nigerian. Because I've just heard certain things. That's what you don't understand, Uncle Dio, that you're saying it's not by force, but technically it's by force. Similar to what we spoke about with consent and marriage. A lot of women cannot say no to their husbands because they are conditioned to feel like it's by force. Same thing. A lot of Nigerian girls cannot come out and say this kind of stuff because they are conditioned to believe that it's by force, because of statements like this that statements like this that actually come across as judgment and pressure. But in the other breath, you say, "Oh no, it's not really by force. Everybody has a choice." Do we really have a choice? No, we don't. So with everything that you
Yes,
said,
you do, Abby. You do
no,
have a choice. You do have a choice.
you basically have told me, you have told me that, but you basically told me that you have a choice, but technically, I'll be kind of disappointed if that was your choice. If that's what you're saying, then I don't have a choice, because guess what? Would I want to disappoint my dad? No, I wouldn't. Now I'm speaking from the point of
That's
view.
where you are wrong, Abby. Abby, that's where you are wrong, because you are doing this thing because of your dad. Don't do things. See, let me quickly break this down. Let us
No, it's
unpack this
not
thing,
me or
please.
me.
Let
I
us
want to
unpack
get
it.
married for my own, whatever. I'm just giving you
So calm
an
down.
example.
So calm down.
Uncle Ben's
Calm down. You are trying to fit into
angle.
the shoe of somebody that does it to please their parents, right? That's
Yes.
wrong. See, that is wrong. Don't do things to please anybody. You are an adult.
Uncle Ben,
You
Uncle
are an
Dio, you're
adult.
not
Now,
understanding
wait,
the point.
Abby. Because if you once you get on that boat, you get everything wrong. Because number one, the decision to marry is not yours. Number two, you cannot control yourself in that marriage because you never wanted to get married. You only accepted because you wanted to please your dad and your mom. That is on you. That is on you. Let us not start pushing this thing to that corner. No, it's not right. If from the onset you marry because you want to please your parents, then you are in the wrong marriage. Take it from me. If you are in a marriage because of societal pressure that my society will think that I'm not complete, or maybe there's something wrong with me, that also is wrong. Don't marry because of anybody. Marry because of your own self. If you want it, go for it. If you don't want it, don't. That's the genesis of this problem. Many people that have done it the same way you were saying it, they're the ones that are now regressing, they are the ones that are now telling people that marriage is a trap. Who put them into the trap? Were they forced? My parent can do me. My parent did this. No, the parent can see. I've seen children that refuse to marry and their parents disown them. It's possible. But maybe later on in life, they may come to realize that, this girl actually has a reason not to marry. So far, she's okay and she's wealthy and she's doing well. But if you're going to say because of this society pressure, I will do it. Stop doing things because of societal pressure. That's my point.
Okay,
do things because you want to do it. Do things because you want to do it and have a peace of mind. If you are doing it because of yourself, now, if you have any reason, you know that you own up to it, that this is why I chose to do this thing and I'm okay with it. And then if you are not okay with it because it is your own decision, you can still back out. But if you are doing it because of somebody, it will be important for you to back out, because you'll be afraid that if I should back out now, those people that I was respecting and I did it, they will not like it. You just remain like a slave. Please, come on. Let's not do that. Thank you.
Okay, Uncle Daya, thank you. Sister Rose, please come in.
Well, I don't really know what to say at this point. Like I said, I'm not saying either or. Let everybody do what they want to do. But like, there's a lot of hypocrisy here. There's a lot of pretense. People are pretending here. People say, "Oh yes, this is your choice. Do what you want to do," because that's the politically correct thing to say. But deep down inside, there is a stigma placed on people if they don't marry. There's a stigma placed on them. And the thing I don't understand with all these supposedly so-called happy married people is, why don't they leave the single people alone? If you're so happy, then leave the other people alone. Let each person do what they want to do. And all this little subtle, pretentious thing, you can do what you want to do, you're free. No, all of these, pressure is what I'm telling you are making people make wrong choices. They go ahead and get married to people because they want to they want to please other people, and they end up a mess. And again, let me issue this disclaimer. I'm not saying being single is good. I'm not saying being single is bad. I'm not saying being married is good, and I'm not saying it's being bad. But whichever position that you choose, to thine own self be true. Let it be something that you are happy with. Because you can go ahead and please everyone, because that's what they want in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it's not about it being good. It's all about, let's just follow this tradition. Let's just follow this way. It looks good to our friends. It looks good with the Joneses. Well, a lot of things look good, but you may not be happy in the end, and you will be the one who is dying every day inside. So choose the path that at the end of the day, what will make you happy. And if living a facade makes you happy, then by all means, go attach yourself to some pair of pants called a man, and you'll feel good. If you're okay with that. But if you're one of those people who will be struggling inside, I don't think it's a good thing to do, because they have done some research on it. When people are in these things, they're not happy, and it affects their health. And you start to develop diseases because you are in something that you don't want to be in, and you're just forcing yourself. And Ben saying that business that is, Ben, come on, you know the truth. You despise you despise anyone who doesn't get married based on what you're saying, because you said that if they don't do this, you're going to cut them off. You basically said you don't want that person. And like you said, it's your choice. Go ahead with your choice. But to detach from a child and have a contempt for a child because they didn't live what you wanted, and you're treating, that is absurd and pathetic. Yeah, I said it unapologetically. And that's really sad, that your child doesn't have any worth unless they attach themselves to some other human being that may turn out not to be good, that may turn out to cause them more problem than they need. So that's really my take on it. But I just think it's really sad how women have to be forced and pushed into things and made to feel like they're no, because that's the part that's bothersome. The people who don't fit this criteria, how they're being made to feel that they're nobody because they didn't go and pack themselves with some man. That's all.
Can I say
Thank
something?
you, Sis Soros. Yes, Uncle Ben, for $100 you can speak.
Abby,
Ben,
hold on now.
don't say nothing smart though.
But let me just say something for 1 second so that you can actually answer what I want to say as well. All I'm going to say is that as the father or as the daughter of my dad, I think for so many things that I have done, career-wise, decision that I have made, I know that at the back of my mind, I've always thought about my parents. I've always thought about not letting them down. I've always thought about wanting them to be proud of me. I've always thought about that whole saying they say about, what do they say? Remember whose child you are. I've always had it every single day. I have that at the back of my mind. For my dad to now decide that he wants to treat me so differently because I don't have a husband and a child, I think that would be very, very unfair. Anyway, go ahead, Uncle Ben.
Okay. Here is my question first. If a father have an estate valued at $6 billion and he have 2 children, one got married, the marriage fails, but she got children, maybe 2, 3, 4 children. The other one never married, no children, and don't want to be married or have children. In the father's will, how would you expect him to share his estate of $6 billion? Should he share it equally? That's my question.
No, give it to the one, give everything to the one with the children and the husband, who probably the husband even married her so that he can have access to your wealth, and leave the other one in penury because she didn't get married.
He's not leaving the other one in penury. The other one is doing good herself. She's
Why?
well educated, went to Ivy League college, have a great job, in charge of, he's a zonal director of one of these, what do they call it, Fortune 500 company. The child is not suffering, okay? She's fine. I'm just asking, how should the father divide his wealth? So if the father decided that, you know what, I think this one that have my grandchildren, I want my lineage to continue and I want them to be okay. This is the one that really, really need to be in charge of what I have worked for, suffer for, struggle for. And he give maybe 5.5 billion worth of estate. He allocated it to that one. And then the other one, who choose her own life, her choice, everything. Life is great for her. The other one have maybe $500,000 or what is it? So are you gonna blame the dad now? Because at the end of the day, if you give them each $3 billion dollars, when the time come for them to pass on, who's gonna inherit the estate? So it's not like maybe I'm saying this to be tough or wicked or something. It's just basic principle of life. It's basic principle of life. We have expectation that are confined on us by the society we found ourselves. If many people have the choice of where they want to be born, they will say, let me be born in America or UK or Europe or anywhere. But the fact that your destiny make you to be born in Africa, you are supposed to observe what Africans held in high esteem. That's just my point. Once you have children, they grew up, you did the best you can for them, and they start making their own decision, they should also be able to embrace the consequences of their decision. It's simple. They deserve to be happy. Parents deserve to be happy. I don't see why this is kind of like a big deal, because it's beginning to look like entitlement. Like, oh, even if I want to do it my
Ben,
way,
don't go
you still
there.
have to
Ben, don't
do
go
it.
there. Ben,
No, I'm
don't
not
go there,
going
dude.
there.
The one
Yes, you
that
got no,
did
no.
it
You said
was
entitlement. You said entitlement. It's not an entitlement. You said, not the child. I'm going based on the scenario that you put. You said that you're not going to give the one who doesn't get married and have a child, you wouldn't give them. That child is not saying they're entitled. You said that, Ben. So you can't say that that person, that's incorrect based on
No,
the
I am not saying
scenario
if
you
the child,
created.
Sister Rose, if the child doesn't bother about it, everybody is fine. It's when the child now want to throw tantrum, a grown, maybe 40, 50, or maybe 35 years old, he now want to throw tantrum. Oh, I'm entitled to half of my father. No, the moment your father's happiness is no longer your concern. Even Abia herself said something now that she always factor her parents' feelings into her decision. That is how life's supposed to be.
And
The
then
moment
then
you
for the
stop factoring, the
mm,
moment we stop factoring what constitutes happiness to other people in our life, then other people don't have to bother with what makes you happy. That's just what I'm saying.
Uncle Ben, please, I want to say something very important about this inheritance thing. I don't know what happened in 1999. I don't know what happened in 1980s, but in 2025, there's so many ways to go about inheritance where every child is happy, right? There's so many things to do. You're talking about one child has 3 children, the other child doesn't. There's so many ways to set your estates up in a way where your grandchildren will eventually take over from where their auntie left off, if that is what you want as the owner of this $6 million estates, like you mentioned, right? So if we're going by that, I know you don't mean it literally, then that there's no issue there. Because Uncle Ben, if we want to put things into perspective, my tuition fees from secondary school up until this point was very expensive. If my dad has an estate he wants me to take care of, and he's not thinking about his investments in my career and how I will be an asset to his company first, before thinking about husband and children, then I don't know what is wrong with my dad. No disrespect. I don't know what is wrong with my dad, because you're the one that has sent somebody to the UK, paying international fees for how many years, master's degree ×2. And then somehow you don't think about it from a skill level. You don't think about it from a point of view of this girl can lead an estate. The only thing you think about is
Skills has nothing to do with this, my dear. Those
Uncle Ben,
skills
but
will be
but
entrenched.
my
Those
nieces and my
skills,
nephews
wait,
can also inherit eventually. What's that
those
constituting? We should be thinking
those
about this
skills,
as an asset.
those skills will be entrenched in the grandchildren. Those
Uncle
high
Beno,
degree, the grandchildren will have those high degree. Yes, ma.
Uncle Beno, Uncle Beno, Uncle Beno. Hello?
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Andy. Good evening,
Good
good
Sister.
evening.
evening, Nancy
Good
Gray.
evening, Uncle Daya. Well done, everyone. Uncle Ben, I'm coming in because of you. Do you know that this person, everybody, there are people who wants to marry. I said it on the chat that unfortunately are unable to marry. There are people who want to have children, unfortunately are unable to marry. Somebody, you started by saying, if your child come and say, Dad, I don't want to marry, perhaps he has maybe undergo maybe broken heart, relationship not working. He decided, I can't do this anymore. Like Abe has been emphasizing, all right? I'm not saying that is what is applicable to her. She's just talking generally, okay? And then this person say, I'm not doing it again. You started by saying, oh, that child, when I do my will, it's not inheriting anything from me. Do you know that by so doing, you have already divided our home? And you also talked again, not too long. What about if this child of yours has 4 children, or how many number of children, you have this amount of money, whom do you give it to? That child of yours who has children, did you not train that child to work and make money for herself? Did she marry a liability? Does the husband not have money? Can they not take care of their children? Do you know that if you have taken these children as one, whether married or not married, the one that you are giving part of this inheritance can also help the other sibling with children? By segregating, by showing preference, do you know that a seed had been sown that these children can never work together? This child will not feel, because my dad hates me because I don't have children, there will be a hatred from that one towards one that has children. Maybe that person who did not even marry has a better skill to manage your assets. And then this husband who has come to eat because he has children from it, those are the ones that will squander the wealth. It is a matter of choice. It could be a choice as a result of experience. It could be as, I just don't want to do it. People should be given opportunity to choose whom they want to be. It is our prayer that our children will get married and also have their own children. If that happened to be, we are African, we know how to pray, you start praying. Why you pray? You start encouraging. If it happens, it happens. If eventually it does not happen, it's not enough to show hatred towards that child, because that hatred is going to be a seed sown in that family. You can encourage, you can pray, there might be a change, but we should not force anybody to do it because I bring you into the world. You have to do it to make me happy. Because I brought you, you have to bring somebody else. Yet it is our desire, it is our prayer. But if it doesn't happen, what if that child actually wanted it, it didn't happen? What if that child is backing up because of experience? We have to live and let people live. And let's make people have their own choices. Because with everything that you have said, I've been listening to, that's a pressure to the younger one. It's not necessarily your children. That fear. If you have not found the right one, they can actually fall into a wrong one because my daddy wants me to marry. My uncle wants me to marry. If I don't marry, I no longer belong to this family. It's a pressure. We can encourage, we can pray, not lie. If you don't do it, you don't have. Somebody can say, to hell with you and your inheritance, to hell with you and your money. And then that seed is sown. Those children can never be together. Thank you.
Sister
Thank you,
Grace.
Auntie Grace. We have a lot of. Yes, Uncle Ben, go ahead. Sorry.
Go
sir.
ahead, Uncle Ben. I
No,
finished.
I just wanted to clarify something with Auntie Grace. I don't know, maybe you heard how I started. I said there are 2 things involved here. One thing is not being married. The other one is deciding not to have children. And I said, for me, it boils down to why. Why don't you want to get married? And why don't you want to have children? If your reason for not wanting to have children is as a result of medical condition, that is understandable.
It doesn't have to be medical condition. It could be heartbreak. It could be
See,
heartbreak. It could be that it's not working.
heartbreak make the child not want to have children. Is that what you're saying, man?
Oh, you want them to have children
But you're a
No,
Christian and you go to church. That's interesting.
no.
You want them to
want
have
them to have
children,
children
whether
out
they
of
marry
wedlock.
or not.
So you have another issue with them. Uncle Ben.
Just have children, whether
No.
you have a husband or
See,
you don't have a husband. I need to get that clear.
Sister
Then
Grace.
Auntie Grace, they will have another issue with the woman again. Please.
Sister Grace, let's just take it one step at a time.
Okay, I just
Okay.
need to get that clear. Yeah.
I said if the reason for not having children is medical related, it's
Yeah,
understandable. But
yeah.
in a situation whereby you decided, I don't want to have children, for me as a father, I have issue with that. Now, even there are people who started off getting married, they have a fantastic home, and along the line, maybe the husband cheated, things happen, the marriage don't work, but they have children. These are nuances that make sense. But I'm talking about a child who don't have a solid why for not wanting to get married or having children. What
Yeah,
I observed lately now, Auntie Grace, what I've
yeah.
noticed lately is we now have this current set of children now, especially Gen Z. They are the culprit here. That even from secondary school, they have been wired based on all this rubbish they watch on social media that I don't want to have children, I don't want to have husband. And they say it at times, which me, I think parents should encourage them to let them understand that you really don't have this first-hand experience of what happened to people who say they don't want children or they
That's
don't want
exactly what I
marriage.
said.
You feel
Encourage,
me now?
pray,
Okay.
teach.
So you
Encourage,
feel me
pray,
now?
teach. Yes, I said
So
that.
I am coming from the point of view that for a child who you encourage, who don't have all this genuine reason for not wanting to be married or have children. The child just feel like life is sweet, man. There are some of them now that just because of their body, that when people give birth, their body do this, their body no, I don't want to do it. I
It
don't
is
want my
your
body to
body.
change.
It is your body, not
Fine.
your body.
Agreed, Auntie Grace. I
Then
am not, just wait now. I am not dragging that with anybody. It's their body. I
Okay.
am saying, as a parent, if I observe that that is your trajectory, my
Mm-hmm.
job is to train you,
Mm-hmm.
equip you with all
Mm-hmm.
the skills, all the knowledge, education you needed. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as you are balanced, you are on your own, you are doing fine. I am not saying I'm disowning you. I'm just saying priorities will change.
You say your name will not be in my will. That's what you said.
Exactly now. That is part of the change of priority.
Uncle Ben,
Okay,
that's so mean.
okay, just hold on now. A young lady who decide not to have baby, not to have children with no substantial, reasonable reason, and she's doing fine. She's maybe worth $1 million or two herself. Why do I have to bother myself about her if I want to distribute my will? When I have maybe another children with 4 children, they're also doing great. Everything is fine. They can actually carry my lineage along. Not be say I die, my name die with me like that. What are you saying? She is doing fine. She is doing
Uncle Ben,
fine.
please don't
Life
push
is
this.
life
Don't
is
push
good
it.
for her.
It's also
I don't
good.
know
It's
why
also
this
good for other children. Life is also good for other
exactly.
children.
Exactly, but
But
we already
you are
know how
you are you
that
are
person.
creating a discord between these siblings. That's what I'm saying.
This is not a discord, though.
It
This
is.
is my own decision, my own happiness.
Uncle
Oh,
Ben
my
is
happiness doesn't matter.
100% is.
Okay,
This thing.
Auntie Grace, does
Yeah.
my happiness matter? Do I want to die happy or I want to die in pain? I don't get it.
Your happiness is within you. Make yourself happy. You and your wife make yourself happy. You train the children. When they come out,
Okay,
train the
so
Excellent response.
my happiness is to make sure that everything I have worked for, I hand over this thing to somebody who is willing to continue my legacy. Not be somebody who, out of maybe no tangible reason, just say, I don't want to do
You
what
don't, you
what
cannot
life supposed to be
you
like.
cannot even define this tangible reason. And they say, what if the person has been into a relationship and is not working? If you are not married, you don't have children. You want the person to just go and have children from outside and bring because it has to be children.
Okay. Now for me, Sister Grace, I don't care. So far you have children, I'm cool. It's my own choice.
Then if that girl does not want to just open her body to anybody to have these children, what do you want her
Then
to
let
do?
her continue living her life in peace and happiness. The
Uh-huh.
problem here is you all want to force it down the throat of
African parents who feel like this is what matters to me. You want to force it down the throat. No,
No, we're
it's
not
not like
forcing
that.
it.
No, it's the other
We,
way
we
around, Ben.
should
It's
be
the other way
practical.
around. You're the one forcing things.
We
No
should
one's
be
forcing it.
practical. We should be teaching that if you're finding a situation where it is not possible due to some certain reason, you don't say, oh, tangible reason. What is tangible to you might not be tangible
No,
to others. So
Oh
if
my,
you find yourself in a situation where it did not work, you can't make it, because it is preaching that is making people, they want to go after other people's husband. They want to go sleep with anybody. They want to get pregnant for monkey and donkeys by force, by fire.
also, I think I want to mention that a lot of, because Uncle Ben is very quick to throw Gen Z under the bus and say Gen Z. The problem is that a lot of Gen Z are also learning from their situation at home, right? I
Yeah.
gave a story here. A lot of Gen Z have been through so much that even their parents do not know, like SA and all sorts. A lot of women are not married today. You guys are saying that they are toxic feminists because of the amount of abuse they've endured throughout their life that their parents will
Yes,
never know. Because
yes.
how African parents can you go through and say that this my uncle touched me or this cousins
Mhm,
touched me? Go and check the stats.
mhm.
There is no one woman, every woman on this chart has an experience with a man. Some people it has consumed them, others it has not. These
Mhm.
things can belong.
For that reason, a lot of women doesn't want to go
They
near
don't
men.
know. The
Mhm.
next
But who cares? But who cares? Who
woman
cares about that? But who
feminist.
cares about that? As long
Women
as we
are going through
fulfill the
so much
tradition.
pain from their lives being ruined by one uncle or the other that our own parents entrusted us to. So you were not even there. You think you were trying your best as a parent, but people were taking advantage of your child and you do not even know. The same thing happens with boys from boarding school to all sorts. This is an issue. And then another thing I want to say, which I'm going to break the table, is that a lot of our parents think that their marriages was good. By your standards, that marriage was good. But by your children's standards, that marriage was terrible. And that is why they do not want to get married. So you keep saying tangible reasons. What are tangible reasons? A Gen Z that is 30 years younger than you might not see your marriage as fulfilling. But you do. Now they want to be married.
Abby, my dear, let me tell you an experience. I was in class 3, right? In Nigeria, Africa, class 3, secondary class 3, we call it then. That is when you are being introduced to biology. My biology teacher was looking at me from my boots down, and he was saying all sorts of rubbish. Fortunately, God saved me. When I came to the UK and he saw my Facebook, he requested me on Facebook. I did not accept the request. He sent me a messenger. I did not reply. He kept right. Eventually he said, what is even wrong with somebody reaching out to old friends? Is it because you are in the UK, then you can't even reach out to me? You know what I said to him? I said, you are fortunate to be in Nigeria. You are fortunate to be in Africa. I said, I was in your care. I was handed over to you for you to tutor me, for you to teach me, and you were about destroying my life. I said, if you are in this part of the world, I will make money out of you. I was not your friend. I was a child. That was my reply to him. These are what our children go through in that country.
Can I add to something Abby was saying about what you think is a great marriage? I had a friend, her name was Heather. I'll never forget Heather. Heather looked like this lady, they used to call her Foxy Brown. Her name just escapes me. If you look her up, beauty, gorgeous. So nobody can say, oh, she couldn't get anyone. And, coming from the same African mentality, I asked her, Heather, why didn't you get married? Like, you're beautiful. She said to me, Rose, I looked at my parents. I looked at my mother. She said, I never saw my mother smile one day. She said, I saw my mother with 7 kids, and I never saw what marriage did for her. She just said that she saw her mother's being unhappy, and she didn't see the point. Now, she didn't end it there. She tried herself, but she was just saying that it just wasn't good. It just wasn't worth it. So For some people, it's not the case. But you know what? This is what I'm going to say. Okay. According to Ben's thing, like he's saying, it's not a problem. It is a problem. They don't like it. But just go ahead. Just go marry anybody. As long as with Africa, it's all about the facade. It's not about the substance. Who cares if you're loved? Who cares? Because like you all were talking about essay abuse. There are people who you're talking about people being born. There are people who have told me that they wish they were not born. That for them, that being on this earth, to them, they don't see any happiness in it. But nobody cares about that. All we care about is tradition and culture. And so I say, okay, go ahead. Go get married. Even if you don't want that person and you don't like them, you have a husband, society is okay. I don't want children. I am not capable of taking care of them. But go ahead, go have a baby. And you fit that beautiful image, and culture and tradition is fulfilled. While every day you are unaliving inside, and an innocent child is now being neglected and not treated well because they were not loved. This is not my case. And Ben, in response to what you said, just like Abby, everything I do coming from the African culture is because I love my parents. I want to make them proud because they were good parents to me. I want to make them happy. But sometimes in the process of trying to make them happy, you yourself may not be happy, even though you're keeping up a good appearance.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Sister Rose. Please, I want to read comments. I want to read comments. Can I read comments? I don't even know where to start, actually. Maybe this is a bad idea. Never mind. I didn't start any comments, so I don't know where to start. But somebody said, I saw a comment that talked about loving a child conditionally. That was actually what inspired me to read comments. The person said something about you're loving your child conditionally if you have all of this. Yes, this is it. Bolaji says, Uncle Ben, your agreement is weak tonight because you are loving your child conditionally. If they don't do as you say, then what? This is what I was trying to say about the whole idea of, in a sense, parents having children for their own selfish reasons, because now it's now down to, this is what I do for you, so this is what I expect in return. Because even the grandchildren, you want the grandchildren for your own lineage. You don't want the grandchildren because the way me now as a child, I have made you happy as my parents. You're not thinking about it from that angle as well. It's just so that you can have grandchildren. I mean, so parenting at this point is mostly selfish than not, is my point.
It's all about appearances for a lot of people.
Okay.
Even in America, as evolved as America is, a lot of it is about image and appearance and status, not about love of the family. Go to some of these places and see what these men say behind their wife back.
Okay. Can I say
Okay?
something?
Sure.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yes, Ben, it's your show.
Okay. No, it's our show. Everybody is ironing out no issue here now. So I'm ironing out mine. Here is a question. Should we stop having children generally? Let's assume the government comes up with a policy and say, okay, based on the way things are going, we're going to pass this law. Nobody should have children again. Will you vote for it? That's my
That's not
question.
that, to be honest with you, would not be a correct thing because
Some
Why
people
won't
children,
it be a correct thing?
because you're taking away a person's choice. Why should the government do can some I don't know, somebody is unmuted, so it keeps on creating an echo. Could they
Maybe it's
mute,
Uncle
please?
Dayo.
Okay.
Maybe it's Uncle Dayo.
I don't think that that's correct because that's another human being. Remember, you're saying government. even though it's done. But that's another human being saying whether you putting a saying what is your free will. Whether you decide to have children or not should be your choice, not government's.
Yes, that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be generalized. If you want, you have it. If you don't want, you shouldn't be made to do it. You shouldn't be
Some
forced.
people want children. That's it. Some people don't. It's okay. There's an echo.
Some people are not even capable of taking care of children. They abuse kids. So
What,
they
Sister
shouldn't
Rose?
have
What
them.
do you mean? What do you mean? Some people are not capable of having children or
No,
taking
Uncle
I
care
Benny,
of
mean,
please
children?
wait.
okay,
Uncle
incorrectly,
Benny, no,
our
please wait.
incorrect wording. They're not good parents.
Uncle
They
Benny,
don't
please
want
wait.
to be parents.
Sister Rose, Sister Rose, if I can
Yes,
say something.
yes.
Now, the reason why Abby pop up that question was because of what me and Zeno were talking about on the platform. Okay, I was trying to tell Zeno that threat is a preventive tool, and Abby just saw it, and Abby studied it, and it was like threatening children is a preventive tool, as if it's a wrong
Uncle
thing.
Dio,
But
that did
she
not
did not.
happen.
But she did not read. Wait, hold on. She did not read the conversation before that time,
Uncle Dio, I did not read your
and I said
comment.
that
I read somebody else's comment.
no, wait now. I don't want to, because it's not what we are talking about now. So that's why I quickly have to say this. Threat is a parenting tool, whether I like it or yes. And I will give you multiple examples. Mothers are on this platform, fathers are on this platform. If a child is doing something wrong, the very first thing that you will use after talking to that child and it does not correct himself or correct herself, the next is that, hey, if you do it again, I will do this to you. That's a threat. And most time it works. The moment the child sees that your face has changed, he or she will become scared that daddy really meant this thing or mommy really meant this thing. You don't mean to do her any harm, but you use that parenting tool to correct that child. That is where that one is coming from. Thank you.
I don't know what happened there, Uncle Dio, because we've not addressed anything about threatening children at all. What
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. What I spoke about,
I'm at a loss too. I'm at a loss too. I don't know how
what
to
I spoke
respond to
about
them.
is loving children unconditionally, and that was towards Uncle Ben. So I don't really know. Okay.
I don't know how much longer we have to go, but this is really what I want to make clear. I'm not saying that marriage is bad, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't have children. I think this is what my main issue is. The stigma that is put on people who don't marry and don't have kids. I think that's really where my annoyance is. There are people who are walking around now feeling bad about themselves because they didn't have either. And I think that's very, very unfair for people to treat them like that. And because of these little subtleties, I am telling you, it has pushed people to their grave. There have been people who stayed and got involved in things because because I don't want to I don't want to bring shame to my family. I don't want to bring shame to my parents, and they go and get themselves involved. It's not everybody, but some do. And I think that's what I really don't like about this. No one is saying that it's not a good thing to have children. No one is saying that it's not a good thing to be married. I grew up in the Nigerian culture. I get all of that. I respect all of it. But the reality is that there are people who are going to be unfortunate who will not fall into that category. And what two things are going to happen to those people? Two things. You are going to push them into early graves, or you are going to push them into a life of unhappiness. Because if I have to please you to make you proud, now I got to pick some jackass that I don't even like, that I have no attraction to, that I don't want,
I
so that
already
I
have a
can make you
pushback.
happy. So that I'll conclude real quick, so that I can make you, because I don't want you to feel ashamed of me, but I'm not happy. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Sister Rose. Do a child, do a child in the university have the right to ask the parent to pay for their tuition? That's a
Well,
question. No?
it's usually expected that when children go to university that their parents pay for it. That's the usual expectation of most families.
Thank you for
So
that answer. Thank
children
you
don't
for that
ask, it
answer.
is their
So,
responsibility.
Yes,
so
yes, exactly. I
it
think
is not it. Okay, make una go.
Auntie Gray, Mr. No, I just wanted to go. Miss Auntie Gray said something that is very, very true. It's a responsibility too,
Yeah.
because
They
you
don't, they
brought
don't
that
need to ask. It is the responsibility of the parents to do it.
exactly.
Okay. Why is it the responsibility of the parent?
Because you're
Because
the
they have the
parent.
kids, right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because they have the child, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So all the point is the child don't have to do anything for the parent. That's just the conclusion of the argument from your
No,
side.
that's not what we
So
said.
The
It's
child
not
mhm.
that
has
when I finish
expectation.
university, you carry it on your head that my daughter is a first class graduate. It's still selfish, Uncle Ben. It's
No,
selfish.
no,
It's
stop.
true.
No,
Because
hold on, please, Abby. Abby, calm down. I know say now na generation, I this wahala matter pass. But calm down, please, my dear. Make I explain this thing, okay? Now,
Good
it
evening,
is
Uncle Ben. I just
expected.
want to greet you, sir.
Oh, okay, I took her now. I see myself twice. Oh, thank God you are here. Good. On our generation. So here is the thing. The child deserve this, he deserve that, he deserve that. The parent don't deserve anything. Is that the argument we are making now?
I
The
think that
parent
parents
shouldn't expect, the parent shouldn't expect their child to get married. The
Ah,
parents shouldn't expect their child to have children. And as soon as the child just come, hey dad, hey mom, thank you for sending me to school. I'm now successful. I've got this fantastic job. I'm good. I just want you to know, right now, I don't even think in my life I don't want to be married and I don't want to have children. I hope you understand that. That's what you're saying, right? So parent just mature, just say, hey, baby, good, good. My estate, you can have it whenever. That's okay. Live your life. Is that what we're saying, right?
so Ben,
Me, oh, I'm not doing that.
you're saying
Uncle
that
Ben,
your payment for all that you did for a child, you're saying is for them to have children?
It's not payment.
I'm asking.
okay,
Is it this is about tradition, about culture, about inheritance, about bloodline, about so many things.
okay.
Nobody is forcing anybody to do anything. Maybe, okay, maybe I should put it another way for people to understand. You know, when it comes to will, many parents don't even let their children know if they've prepared the will or whatever is in the will. You know that, right?
Some,
So,
yeah,
Yes.
some don't. Hmm.
so it's not something. I am not saying this is something you want to be fighting your child with or something. I'm just saying, once the child said that, I don't want to do that, mom. I hope you understand. I'm good now. I just don't think I want to do this marriage thing. I don't even think I want to have kids. I hope you understand that, mom. So, if the dad now ask, can you let me understand why you think you don't want to have kids or you don't want to get married? And then she goes, well, dad, I've seen people, marriage is so it sucks. People are not happy in it. I don't want to do it. And besides, all these boys out here now, they ain't serious. I just don't want that, dad. I just don't want it. Now, that is a girl who is directly telling the dad that the dad is a failure. The mom is a failure. The discipline, the principle, the going to church, everything they taught that girl that should have guided her to make her understand that in this life, there are as much as we have a lot of bad people in this life, there are still good people. And the reason we are training you, guiding you, from childhood until you go to school, you are now this big shot, is for you to be able to discern, to choose. You are indirectly telling that parent that, oh, well, in that field, you failed, man. And that child is also telling the parent, you know what? I don't even have what it takes to hold down a relationship. I don't have what it takes to deal with anybody. I don't want to compromise my principle. For me as a dad, and many African dad, that's what we are hearing. That you, with all this education, all this intelligence, all this smartness, you can't manage the relationship. That's what
So,
it
so,
means.
so Ben,
So
let me
I'm
ask you
coming
this
up, I'm
question.
coming up. Wait, oh, Sister Rose, wait, oh. Now, let's move on to the next stage. If she give that flimsy excuse and all that, then as a father, you now ask, okay, you don't want to be married, we get it. How about having kids? You say you don't want to have kids. What's going on with that? What happened? And then she goes, you know what? I just don't think I want to have them. I can't stand them. You know, children, it's just stressful, in my career right now. I just don't think it's what I want to do, Dad. Again, as a parent, you have somebody saying all that. For me, all I am hearing is I got this lockdown. I've already figured out I want to live my life. I'm cool with it. I'm fine. For me, I won't even drag with you. I will just tell you. Maybe we should pray about it, or maybe you should see an expert because I can see your fear. I know these things are not easy. I can even walk out through memory lane. You remember how you and your siblings were fighting when you were younger? But look at it now. You are all grown, you are loving, doing everything together. Maybe let's give it time. If she insists that don't even bother about it. I've already made up my mind. That's why I will. Okay, fine. Well, that's cool. I wish you good luck in your endeavor. Be good. Okay. Bye, baby. Do I do anything wrong to that point? Please just tell me or anybody. Have I done anything wrong as a parent to that point?
No, you haven't. But
Okay.
is that your end goal? That's the issue.
No, I didn't do anything. Fine, live your life. But
No, at this point, you're
now,
still encouraging, so there's nothing wrong on Omega. At this point, you're still
okay,
encouraging them
now,
the way.
oh, all right, now this is where there's gonna be problem. Maybe life begin to happen to you, and maybe the situation you have is a situation that if you have think about having a partner that you can both
Sorry, I need to mute.
sojourn. You mute me.
No, no,
Oh,
no.
sorry.
There's feedback. Continue, sir.
Okay. So now, if the child continue to live her life, and we are also happy over here, and then life begin to happen, if the situation she got at hand is something that if she had had a partner, a husband, or something, and now because that vacuum is right there, you are now running back. Dad, Dad, can you imagine it? For me, oh, as a parent, you come with that kind of plan, you're like, oh, sorry, this is happening. Don't worry, you get past it. No problem. That's it. If you are expecting me to now go over and beyond, I'm not doing it. That's what I'm saying. You are a grown adult. You can make your own decision. And this is where a lot of children misunderstood African parents. I'm not doing it. That's it. That's one. Now, let's say one day, whether you go your other assembly place or the children they talk anyhow, or you find yourself in a situation whereby something happened and it has to do with children, or you started crying and you come back again. Oh, have been feeling so sad. Did you know the last time I was so pleased and the women there because they have children, because I don't have children, they say this, they say that. Can you imagine people are wicked? I'll tell you, say, well, maybe if you have one of your own, you would have understand why they say what they said. But anyway, put yourself together. This is the life you want. You are happy, aren't you? Don't let things like this bother you. Go ahead with life, baby. That's what I would say. Now, if we come to if God bless me, oh, just as I've seen severally, money day, full everywhere. Then it reach the time to pass away. They won't come read will. You can't say, oh, so estate, go to this person, so estate, go to that person, this one, go here, go here, go here. And at the end of the day, there's something the carry Bible give you. Oh, I don't even know. Maybe they just look for one change, just carry give you. And now you want to foam? Even my spirit go come back and fight you on top that one. Because you already choose your life. You are happy. Everybody is happy. Why should they now bother you that other people are also happy based on the choices they choose? And your own choice does not put you in certain position to benefit one or the other. Then you want to be para. Para for what? That's my take. Oh,
Okay, so
that's
Ben, I
my.
want to
You have to
I
stop.
want to
I'd
respond
like
to
to
some.
say something.
I want to respond to
Sister Rose is
Sister
the
K.
Sister Rose is the what do you call it? Co-host at Big Pillow Case. Special guest. So she has to, I remember special guest. So she has to go.
Mhm.
Sorry, Sister Chin.
Okay, so let me respond to some a couple of things that Ben said. Ben said you said something about, oh, if in the future now there's a situation if she had a husband and now if she had this husband, because all of a sudden a man is a new demigod. Okay, so let's go on that premise. You said if she had a husband, maybe the situation is different. Okay, answer me this, and this is reality. This is not suppositions. These are things I see as a clinician. What now happens that she has a husband and the husband gave her HIV? What do we say about that? Because she got that from the so-called precious almighty husband. That's number one. Then what about people who had kids? I'm not saying that this is everybody. I'm pleased. I'm just going based on the premise that you said. What about people who had kids? I had one friend who was a nurse, and I was saying, a husband is a blessing. A husband is a blessing. You know, you look at you, you have a kids, you have a house. It wasn't the case. She said, listen, look at my child. I did everything I could for this child. She put her child in, she had her child take equestrian classes. That is horse riding. In addition to the education, giving him everything. You're talking about legacy now. She said he turned out to be a complete disappointment. The husband gave her HIV and took all her money during the time that she was sick. She didn't have anything. But she had a husband. Again, I am not saying this is everybody. There are I had a wonderful father. I love my dad. If there's such a thing as reincarnation, please, God, give me the same mother and father. I love them. But I'm going on that premise. What can be good can also be bad. And then the other thing I want to address is, Ben, you were saying that if after all the things and the training and the raising that they can select a good person out of this cesspool that we have, that there's something wrong with that. First of all, Ben, I think you just put that out there just to, cause some ruckus. But let's go to the place of the Bible. Maybe it's related or not. Job. Didn't Job live the perfect life and he did everything right? And, yes, we know that there was this contract between the devil and God, but being that one lived a perfect life, why did he have all those misfortunes? Ben, the fact that you live and train people to do the right thing and live the right way, there's also a lot of people out there who are not great. Your child may not get one of those great people. So that thinking, in the most respectful way I can say this, is so erroneous. That's all.
Thank you, Sister Rose. Sister Chinye.
Okay.
Good
Welcome to the
afternoon,
show.
everybody. Can you all hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, Sister
Okay.
Chinye, we can hear you, but no damn something. Don't even
No,
include damn.
I'm about to drag your blockers.
Uncle Ben, don't say that because I need my $100.
I'm about to
Bora, bora.
drag you down.
Go ahead, Sister
No,
Chidi.
so this life, this life is so complicated, right? And it can be um so interesting in a negative and a positive way. The way we shouldn't, because there's so many things that we're not really totally in control of. We shouldn't have to write things on a stone and say, oh, if our children don't choose to marry, then they're not gonna get an inheritance. First of all, your child already is your legacy without them having grandchildren. That's your legacy right there, off the bat. So being that that child is your legacy off the bat, they are entitled to an inheritance. Now, another thing is that just because they decided not to have to get married, it's like financial abuse. It's reminding me of like in some households where the man will use something to dangle over the head of their. Hold on 1 second. Let me move away. My coworkers are talking. No, so it reminds me of like, oh, some rich parents when they use things to dangle over their children's head because of money. Now, me personally, as a parent, I have 3 children, and with the principle that I abide by, it would completely be my heart's desire for them to be married. Absolutely, totally, my heart desire. But the approach I'm gonna go by, just like Beno said earlier, I would try to see reasons with them, try to encourage them, also continue to pray for them. And it would just be like a little nudge. It wouldn't be pressure, 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 like the way my parents do, which I really appreciate. I was saying in the chat, they would just kind of like check in, give a little nudge, see what's going on, and they'll be like praying for you in the background. Now, if there's some ideologies that your child has because of maybe things they're seeing or whatever they experience, it's just like counseling and prayer, and maybe also advising them to get some healing. But regardless of what their choice end up being, they absolutely deserve to get your inheritance because off the bat, they are your legacy. Off the bat, without even having grandchildren. Then there's situations whereby you are saying, oh, what am I supposed to give my offspring, between the one that have children and the one that don't have children? There are situations where someone actually get married and they can't have children. So because they can't have children, they're married, so they're not gonna be worthy of your inheritance. And that sowing that seed of discord, you shouldn't want to leave a nyama nyama legacy where, yes, it is your decision to give that to your children, but at the end of the day, you still sow this big enmity. And I've seen personally what it does to families when parents show favoritism one way or the other, like so damaging. It's like really bad in real life to the extent that someone died.
Yeah, that's
So
my family.
we cannot make those kind of statements. We can only, you cannot hold things over the head and try to use that as like a financial abuse or, oh, if you don't do this, well, yes, you're right, but you're sowing all this seed. And then when you that person leaves this earth, you left Nyama Nyama legacy. So every single child, whether, they're married, have more children or not, just because off the bat, if you're going by the word of God, we're taught to live inheritance for our children. If you have that capability of living inheritance, you should. Another thing is, you shouldn't consider yourself a failure because your child didn't marry, because there's so many other things as a human being, as a complex human being, that as multifaceted as we are, there's so many things that human can contribute to you and to society. For example, if, say, for example, that parent is sick and they're the most available to take care of that parent, isn't that something positive? Isn't that something that, oh, you could say, oh, this is my offspring, they're taking care of me? If you find yourself in a financial bind, that child can step up and help you out. Is marriage the only thing that is something positive where you won't feel like, oh, it's completely a waste. I did not accomplish anything with this, all my suffering with these children. That child alone was able to graduate, was able to, because you can be pumping out this money on that child, and they're not able to graduate. They don't know what to do. They can't even go to school. They can't even make a decision on what they want to do with their life. Because I see that a lot. And they get married and have a child, and that is a big burden for the family. Everybody's splitting, everybody's helping. So life get a CBO. You cannot write things on stone like that, because at the end of the day, we don't really know. So all we can do is do our part as a parent, because we brought our children to this world. Do our own part, let God do the rest. Yeah, what are they gonna do with my legacy? Well, they deserve to chop your money. If they chop your money, what's gonna happen? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sister Chinye. I appreciate that a lot. Zeno, you haven't spoken.
Sister Chinye, the energy tonight, I beg go more no
You dey vex me,
vessel.
man. If I catch you for person,
Is
you
it
go
a
put
crime
left
to
for
be an
one
African dad?
trouser.
Is it a crime to be an African dad to your long?
Me
Okay.
too.
All right.
I'm an African mom. Is it a crime? Which one's be your own?
Uncle
Can
Ben,
go
I'm not
back
a
to
Gen
work.
Z. Oh. I'm not a Gen Z, so don't say this is
You
Gen Z
can't say
matter
it's
at
Gen Z
all.
that. Thank you very much,
And
Auntie
then me,
Grace.
I'm definitely not a Gen Z.
You can't say that
Me and
you're
you,
Gen Z because
me and you,
you're
we're in the same age bracket.
Clock
But no.
it.
thank God, though.
I am older than all of you.
The only thing that
Sister
saves
Rose.
Ben is that the only thing that saves Ben is that he's in Texas
Maybe
and I'm
about
in New
Mr.
York.
Dayo.
If
Yeah.
I
not,
know, Rose. We should go jack him up.
I'm trying to beat him well.
24 lashes of Koboko.
Go laugh you. Ben, talk now. Why are you silent?
Sister Rose.
Zeno, are you not here?
Dayo,
but
you
everybody's
too.
talking. Don't let
We
me.
can,
Mr. Dayo, I will put you in the same.
You put me.
can we have
I'm
some
going
other
to.
guests on the stage, please? Uncle Dayo's
I
phone
just
has this echo. So
Yeah, Dayo,
usually
if you
he's
can
on mute,
mute.
we can't talk over him. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear anything. Sister Rose, go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick, Dayo, don't think you will deceive me with that. Your nice gentility and your nice gentle voice and your calmness. In fact, I think you'll even get worse than Ben, because at least Ben's own is direct. They carry style. They carry style to be nice person, but you're following Ben. So you too, you go join Ben too, and receive punishment.
Zeno,
Uncle
can you
Ben,
go
I have
ahead?
sorry. Good evening, everybody. I have a question for you, Uncle Ben. The only constant thing in life is change, right? So, and nobody writes their will right before they're about to die. So, what if your child wakes up one morning and says, "I've gone through therapy. I have seen my friends heal through stuff. I have healed through some things that maybe I thought was the reason that I didn't want to do certain things. And then now I've decided that I want to be married, but you're not in a position where you can go change that will anymore." What would you do? Would you really just let that child suffer? And I guess suffering is not even a word. Just sow that discord between that child and their siblings because they made a choice at a certain point in their life based off of their reality at that point.
So I don't get the question. You were saying go back to do what?
Uncle Ben, you don't write your will, or you don't know the day you're going to die, right? So everybody writes their will
And your will
beforehand,
could adjust.
and your will can adjust, right? But you're in a position where you've written your will, right? And God forbid something happens, and you're not in a position where you can go change. Because some people write wills and say, at this point, this is the final thing. Even if I call you as an attorney and tell you I want to change my will, just know that now I'm under the influence, so I don't have the capability to do it. So don't change anything. And you've made it stern to the point where you can't change anything. And that child has now gone through life and seen more things and decided that, okay, I found the person that can tame my crazy, so I'm willing to give marriage a try. And you can't change your will anymore. What would you do if you find that out as a parent?
Why should her life be about my will in the first place? Why do
Her
I
life
train
is
her?
not about your will. I'm just saying, how
Okay,
would you
so
feel? She doesn't care
I
about
don't
your will, but how would you feel?
I don't have to feel nothing. Her life is not supposed to be about my will. No, let's get something straight. Shaq, I think I heard Shaq said this one time that he always reminded his children that, look, this money is my money. You got to go hustle for your own money. We have to come to a place whereby we need to know that your father's will. Don't you see some parents that will everything away to charity? How about that?
But you're
No,
not.
no,
You're
no,
giving
no.
stuff
That
to
is
her siblings.
The one who brought that up.
You're giving stuff to her siblings, and you're saying everybody else gets to
look.
have
Is
stuff.
it not okay? Is it not my choice? Is it
Okay.
not my choice?
Oh gosh.
Should
Your
somebody
Sorry.
now
your
fight me on
choice
my choice?
because he or
She
she
made
doesn't have
that choice.
children.
She made that choice. I made my choice.
Okay,
You
fair
see what
enough.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just the point I'm making. When you are making some of these decisions, let's just be serious now. I know I do a lot of bad bills, but let's just be honest and be candid now. The point I'm just trying to establish all day long is this: your why must be very, very solid and strong. When you want to deviate from the conventional expectations, from the norms, that's just what the lesson I want everybody to take away. That's why I was pushing that about these things. Your why must be strong. What we see nowadays are flimsy excuses. You see children, 14, 15 years old, that have not really gone, they have not even experienced life. And they will say some things about the life that they still have 40, 50, 60 years ahead of them to live. And they will be saying it now. That's the
So
point I'm making.
basically, the desire to not have children and to not be married, based on the statement you just made, because you used the word flimsy excuses, to not want those
Yes.
things is bad. It's a bad
You,
thing. That's what
you,
you're
you,
saying.
it's not, I don't know why people are not getting this. It's not a bad thing. But if you have a parent that have expectations of you, especially African parents, don't expect them to just ride with Western ideology. That's the point I'm making.
So
You're
what you're
gonna
saying
have
for
to.
so what you're saying for clarification purposes is that even if even for the sake of the culture, even if that child has no desire for children or a husband, they should get married and have children to fulfill the African tradition. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. If a child, don't let us use child. Child shouldn't be having that conversation. If we have to go by
Okay,
age restriction and all that.
your
Adults.
offspring,
We are
adults. Yes,
talking about
if
adults. Yes.
so
Now,
what I'm
as
saying
an
is,
adult,
mhm. If your
no,
adults, your
finish it.
adult, if your adult child now, because you're saying based on the expectation, for clarification purposes, based on the African tradition,
Mm-hmm.
African culture,
Mm-hmm.
irregardless of whether that adult child has that desire or not, has to be put aside for the sake of the tradition and culture. The child should marry and have kids. That's what you're saying.
I am not saying should. I
Then
am
I'm
not saying more.
I am
Just wait
confused
now.
now.
Because because you choose to ignore the very tenet of my argument. That's why you are confused, Mr. Rose. I am not saying it's a must. I'm not saying you should be compelled or you should be forced. I am simply saying, as much as your happiness matters to you, so also is your parent happiness equally matters. And in the scheme of things, every parent, especially from African descent, those who grew up in Africa, I'm not talking about those who grew up in Western world. I'm only talking about my own root. 98% of African parents have this expectation that their children will be successful in life, get married, and have children. Now, that is the norm. That is the expectation. That is what everybody we were raised and brought up to believe in. If you now decided, I'm not going to go this path, I want to choose a different path. I don't want to have kids. I don't want to have husband. First off, do you put your parents' expectations, their feelings, their desires, do you factor it into this your decision?
But that's what I was saying, Ben.
Now,
That's what I was asking you. That's what I was trying
now,
to reiterate.
now, how do you present it to your parents? If you're going to present it to your parent, I am saying you need a very valid reason, acceptable, even though they are going to struggle with it, but it has to be an acceptable reason for the parent to say, okay, it's a choice. And I'm saying, if your reasons, if your own reason for not wanting to do this thing is just based off of, you know what, I've seen people, I've heard story, it can't fly with majority of African parents, especially dad. Maybe it can fly with your mom, but many dad, it won't fly with them, especially when they have other children. You are not the only children. It will fly with them. So you have to make sure your reason for saying this got to be solid. And if I even want to advise people, if I have to advise people to have this type of conversation, this is not a conversation you want to have in your early 20s or late 20s, not even in your early 30s. This could be a conversation you want to have maybe when you are 35 upward. That's the point. You may even have to trick them, because I won't buy into this. Oh, it's a choice. It's a choice. What do you mean? It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice. If it's a choice, it's a choice. It's a choice. Then it's also the father's choice how he want to live his own life and what he want to do with his own property. He raised you. He didn't serve you. He didn't suffer you. He didn't do nothing. You are a success now. You've been to school. You got the certificate. You got good job. You can do whatever. You can even buy a big house. You're living fine. So the father is will equally have the right to his own choice. That's the point I'm making. You don't just, what I notice people do mostly these days. This is what I want. Ask them, why do you want this thing? What you want, and let them open their mouth and tell you. You will be amazed that Jesus Christ, this person really don't have a genuine reason for making this decision. I'll give you an example. As an African parent, you wake up one day, you're picking. I think we had the conversation here one time. 10 years old, 11, you just come I don't like men, I like women. Then 11 years old. And then when you ask, why do you think you don't like men, you like women? And you just like, well, dad, I just don't like men. I just don't like men.
Ben,
What you
excuse
guys,
me,
what you are now saying is,
dangerous territory
no,
on
it doesn't
YouTube.
matter. Now YouTube, it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
no problem,
Let them
no
tell you do
problem.
take them. We need to have the conversation. It's not something you choke down people's throat. It's a conversation. Many
Uncle
African
Ben,
parents
no.
now, they
Why
are
will an
equally
11
dealing with it.
years old child be discussing that? We're talking about adults. Now, who did
I am
not
just
get
giving you an
married?
example now, Sister Grace. It's an
No, we're
example. It's
talking about
happening,
adults. But you
Mr.
are saying
Rose.
their reason might not be cogent enough, but they have their reasons due to life experience. We're not talking about children as in child. We're talking about adult children.
Even adult. Sister Grace, I don't know why what is so tough here that we really can't grab. So what, okay, let me just back down. What you guys are saying is, as far as they say it, I don't want to have this,
Not,
just
no,
accept it
no,
as a
not
parent. That's
as
what we
far
are
as
saying.
they say, not as far as they say. None of us has said, oh, not having children is a good idea or not getting married is
Okay.
a good idea. We are saying that there are some circumstances that make some people decide we're not doing it again. Maybe because of experience, because of they've experienced a kind of a heartbreak and things like that, or they're of a certain age. No right person is coming, both men and women, is just not working. Out of situation, they decided I'm not doing. But you are not taking their reason for a reason. You are saying if it doesn't work, go get children. By what means? I do not want to open my body to just anything. How do you want them to get the children? this is where you are coming from. At the end of the day, you are not even like sympathizing for that person. Why are you in that situation? No empathy. All you are concerned about, okay, no inheritance. Good. The inheritance
Sister
you have,
Grace, is it
you
not the
giving it
same
to.
thing I'm explaining now? I've explained this over and over again, but it be like say una no just want hear this
No,
my
you've
own
explained.
But
You've
that
explanation.
no,
explained
okay,
and
yeah, Ben, you're right. You're right. If you want to, if you choose that you don't want to give the child the inheritance because they don't meet your criteria of what you think their life should be, you that's your
explained.
right.
That's your right. That's your
You
right. We agree.
can,
But we are
I'm not
coming from
saying
a
that
different
somehow.
angle that you are sowing a discord among these children because you are not living forever. Because there is
Sorry.
that seed that you have preferred one to be. There is a discord. That's what we're saying. You
What
have
is the
sent all your.
discord?
Uncle
Sorry.
Ben, I'm so sorry. Uncle Ben, you're the kind of
Everybody make their choice.
Uncle Ben,
Okay.
sorry. Uncle Ben is the kind of father that you go and pay your friend to act as your husband. People will do the marriage, collect the will, collect the money, and then you go away. There's no settlement here. It's very simple. Hey, we are friends. They don't need to know we are dating. They do it every day in America, so we might as well just do it for Uncle Ben too. Once he signs the will, we collect our money, we divorce. It has ended. Did I not marry? Did I marry or I did not marry? I married. Simple.
Hollywood. Also,
Okay, the thing is,
I want to say something, please. This Discord thing that everyone is talking about is something that I particularly have experienced with my dad's family. My dad only has 3 brothers. It's a very small family, 4 boys, and they pretend to get along, but there's underlying issues. And in fact, some of the issues are as deep as Sister Chinye explained. Very deep, where if a lot of lines have been crossed where people could have lost their lives. And this is just because my granddad made it very obvious who he prefers. And it was never the first son either. And again, in line with what Uncle Ben is saying, it seemed like it was based off of who was doing the best by his standards or in accordance to his will or his wish, if that makes sense. And it's always an issue. Uncle Ben, everybody was here when my grandpa passed this year. Okay, so to what end? Now he's left 4 grown men that may just never really get as along as they should, especially now that he's also left his wife behind as well. So you just never know what you're doing sometimes. And thinking about it, it doesn't even take you anywhere. Personally, the kind of relationship I have with my own siblings, there's absolutely no reason for any of these things to even be in place, because the way my mentality is as the first child is that if my brother is good, I'm good. If my sister is good, I'm good, and vice versa. So there's no real reason for me to have the bulk share of anything. And this is something that I particularly decided to practice when my mom passed, where when her life insurance came out and they put her will out and all, I was just like, I don't want this. Can we share it equally? A lot of people were in my ear saying, oh, as the first child, you're supposed to take 50%, and then they will share the rest. I'm like, 50% as per I was the favorite child or what? We were all equally her child or her children. So that is the way it should be. And at that point, I remember my dad looking at me and saying that this is how they brought me up. And he cannot believe that he's watching this happen. So sometimes you instill certain things in your children, and then they most likely would keep up with it even when you're not there. So, and that also opened up other conversations with my dad about even his own finances and all, because it's kind of built a certain level of trust, because he realized that as long as my siblings have me, they are good. So imagine the opposite, where there was favoritism of, oh, Abby, the favorite child, the golden child, whatever. I would not even have that mentality towards my siblings. So that's what we're even trying to say about Discord, that it's not always obvious, but sometimes in little things like praising a child about their academics more than you praise the other one. You're obviously the smartest in this house. For what reason? The siblings know that everyone has that one sibling that is way smarter anyway. But most especially, what I wanted to say is that personally, as a child, I love my parents. I talk about my parents all the time on this platform. I do a lot of things by my parents. I always want to make my parents proud. But the one thing that I am tired of hearing from African parents is the subtle threats. You can't do this under my roof, not under my roof. not do by this, not like always threatening. And it's always very funny because as opposed to where am I
You
supposed
can't do it under their roof. You
Where
can't do
is
it
it
under
not
their. What are you saying? Now
is
you
it
build
not
the
you that gave
house.
back to me?
Is
Am I supposed to
is
go
it
and
your
eat
house?
inside the gutter? Is
You
it
want
not
to
my
go on and
house?
come in any house you want. How
Uncle
is it
Ben,
your
it is
house?
also my house because I am a
Throw
child of
that
this
out.
house.
Okay, TV Koko.
I am a
You go
child
do
of
it
this
under
house.
which person roof?
Uncle Ben, I am tired of that threat. Every small thing, not under
Okay.
my roof, not under this, not this one. Every time you guys are always threatening
Uncle
us,
Ben,
always threatening
Abby,
us. Sorry, Uncle Ben, I
Abby,
want
can I
to
say
let me
something, please?
land,
I've been
sir.
quiet for so long,
Okay, please,
and
I've
you're
been
telling
quiet.
me to keep
Well,
quiet.
let me land, then you can enter. I know where you want to come from. I know where you want to come from. My own is that as president of Gen Z, we are tired. You are always threatening us. You can't do this, you can't do that. But you also want us. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. We are happy
Don't
to be
mind
your
that, yeah,
children.
Ben.
We are happy to be your children. You should also we're happy to be your children. You too be happy to be our parents. It's actually becoming a problem. It's always subtle threats as opposed to what? As opposed to
Our
what? Every
house,
time, not
our
under my
rules,
roof. Where do you want me
our
to
house,
go?
our rules.
Uncle Ben, where do you want me to go? It's also my house. It's
Now
also
allow Uncle
my house.
Dayo coming.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Go ahead,
Abby,
Uncle Ben. Go ahead, Uncle Ben.
see, I'm happy that you brought up this topic. And I can say, as a proud father of 6 children, 5 of them are Gen Z. So I know what I'm talking about. My eldest daughter, she's 30 years old. And my last son, which is not part of Gen Z, I think he's 20 now or 19. Yeah, 20. Why do I say this? What we're talking about, some of these things may not be clear to you until you two start having children. The way you are, Abby, you are a disciplined, well brought up child, and you want to instill the same virtues in your children. And God forbid, if your children is exhibiting some strange characters, you say roof. See, when we were children, the things that we were like complaining about our parents, when we do not become parents, we realize that, oh, this is the reason why my parent was like this. Exactly the same way you said that when you thought that your mom was strict on you, until you now left aside, you now began to realize exactly why she was doing all what she was doing to you. You now love her. That's how parents are. As a child, you may not understand why your parents are doing some things. You may be like, why are they treating me like this? They don't love me. Why are they doing this? Why are they saying that? However, when you now matured enough, you now realize that, oh, thank God for my parents. Thank God for the way that they brought me up. Because by the time you now begin to mix with other people outside life, you now realize that, oh, thank God for my home. Now you are saying now that you Gen Z are tired of us. You are tired of all of us. That we are always threatening, threatening, threatening. It's a matter of time. Cool down. By the time you begin to have your own children now, you realize that what we are doing, if I you, we will do double. Now back to the question. See, we always forget one thing, and I like what Auntie Grace said. Auntie Grace said that nobody is saying that not having children is good, and nobody is saying that getting married is bad. However, everybody to their own choice. But Abby and Sister Rose, I want to say this to the two of you. God forbid, if anyone, I'll not even use any one of you, if any mother happens to have a child that just woke up one day and say, do you know what? I'm not going to get married. That mother or that father will be heartbroken for two reasons. Uncle Banu said it earlier on. Uncle Banu said one of the reasons earlier on. It clearly shows that you are failed as a parent. And for the second reason, that you can do nothing about it. That's why that parent will be angry, will be sad, and be frustrated. Now, this is not to back Uncle Beno up, but if that parent now decide that, okay, since you have made your decision, I too can do my decision like this, there is no crime in that. It's his decision. Moreover, I don't even raise my children to look forward to whatever I will leave behind. I've told all of them, my legacy for you is to give you sound education and to set you on the right path in life. Once you're able to stand on your own, my job with you is done. I will give all support for you to be able to succeed in life. I will put you in the right in, in the right standing among your colleagues that you'll be able to look up and you'll not be ashamed. And once you're able to like stand on your own, my job for you I've done. Forget about whatever I have or forget about whatever I don't have. And that's what all of them have at their mindset. So nobody is expecting any will or anything. But if the decision of will have to come, I can use it to my own things. I can use it to my own whatever direction that I want to. I can start to give it onto charity. I can start to give one child more than the other. It does not matter. It is not what they are looking for. All of them will succeed in life. But this issue that we're talking about tonight is about the trending thing that is happening now among our children and among now when we're saying our children, it is Gen Z, it is Gen Z now that are between the marriageable age. That is between the age of 20 and maybe early 30s or something. They are the ones that are between the marriageable age. That's why this thing is so concerning onto them. And why are we saying that? It's because if they fail to get it right, God forbid, if they fail to get it right, Gen Alpha or which generation comes after them will surely get it worse. That's why all what we are doing now is to make sure that at least let us play our parental role to guide these people so that they will not go south as per these principles about life. See, whether we like it or yes, all of us will leave this earth one day. And the system of this world will keep on corrupting itself until the system wipes us all out.
Uncle
Only
Dio.
trying to delay
Uncle
it.
Dio, we
We are
can't
only
hear
trying
you.
to slow it down. That this
Uncle
should not happen
Dio.
in our days. Uncle Ben wanted to talk about something earlier on. And Saros have to stop him. No, I'm
Uncle
not
I
Dio,
talking
we
can't
about
can't
hear
you.
hear
you.
you.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Hear you anymore.
Oh, you cannot hear me?
It's better now. Better now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what I'm trying to say is that if care is not taken, the next generation coming after Gen Z may become a bigger problem to us. Because already, as the president of Gen Z, as a self-acclaimed president of Gen Z, you yourself, you know what the generation is up to.
I don't know what you're
And
talking about.
I plead with you
Yeah,
as their
I can't hear
president.
you.
No, you just said it.
I can't
Oh,
hear you,
you
sir.
can't hear me again,
I can't hear you. Everybody else can hear you, but me, I can't hear
but you
you.
can respond to me
Everybody
without
else can
hearing
hear
me.
you, but me, I can't hear you.
The truth of the matter is that as the self-acclaimed president of Gen Z, please appeal to your generation. Let them know that some of these things that we are talking, we are speaking them from experience. Auntie Grace, she's a mother. I mean, she's a parent. Most of us are parents on this platform. And when we are talking, we are not talking from the mindset of a child. We are talking from our own personal experiences in life, trying to encourage and making sure that people don't make a mistake that we might have made earlier on. Once you have made a mistake as a parent, you don't want your child to make a mistake. Now, do you know the irony? If I can shock you, even parents that have failed marriages, they still want their daughters to marry and succeed in their own. Hello? Even parents that have failed marriages, they still want their children to marry and succeed. Why? Because they still believe in that marriage. They cannot force you. I don't believe in forcing anybody into it, but they will still wish that you should be married and your own should be better than their own.
But they
Every
can
parent
threaten
decide
you.
that their children, No, every parent decide that their children should have a better life than they, maritally, financially, and physically. It's the desire of every good parent. So don't see it as if they're trying to pressure you. Don't see it as if that they are trying to impose anything upon you. Because I can tell you this, it gets lonely up there. It gets lonely up there. You don't need to look far. Look at maybe those uncles, those aunties that somehow they don't have children. Examine their life at this their age now, when they are now older. Examine what they if you can get closer to them, they may not tell you, but they're not having it easy. Many of them are rich, many of them are well to do, but yet they know they lack something. May that not be our portion, no. So please, President of Gen Z, talk to your generation. We love them. I want them to do right. Thank you.
Well, Uncle Dio, at this point, I don't know if you love us, so I don't know if you love us anymore at this point. Please, I want to say something before we've actually done 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I think we should start to round up. I want to say that personally, from what I've been told, and a lot of my friends that I know, obviously families are different. I think when you have good children and when you have good parents, it can easily be a mutually beneficial relationship, right? And I'm being serious now. I'm not even trolling like I was a couple minutes ago. I'm being very serious. It can easily be a mutually beneficial relationship in the sense that I spoke about the same thing and Sister Rose spoke about the same thing, where we said we always have at the back of our minds, what our parents would think, making sure that we bring respect to their name, not, dishonor to their name. So having said that, I know for a fact that my dad making the decision that, okay, I'm going to work hard to make sure that I can send you to some of the best schools means that I owe him something. From my own understanding, where I'm sat right now, what I owe him was, or what I owed him, at least what I promised him at the time, was a first-class degree, and I gave that to him. What I promised him is to not be useless. I think I've mentioned on this show, one of the shows as well, about how he literally said, listen, no pregnancy, no drugs. And I kept to that, right? We all understand our parents and we all have something to give them. I have fulfilled his wish as far as is concerned with being a good child, with having a good career path, and I keep pushing and keep making him proud. Me, I don't know that after all of this, the next thing now, yes, hopefully, is to achieve marriage and children. But that has nothing to do with education, right? Because I remember Uncle Ben talking about, 1 second, I think Uncle Ben dropped off. I remember Uncle Ben talking about it, and I'm just like, I don't really understand that. When your parents send you to school, that is a sacrifice because money is not easy to come by. And what you give in return is to make sure that you do well in school, to the best of your ability, and to make sure that you get a good job and you keep it moving. Because if we want to take it there are children that are also in a position where what they give back to their parents after education is making sure their parents are financially okay. And the ones that pay their parents rent, that look after their parents' health, and also take their parents on holiday and all of that sort of stuff. So in a sense, have I not paid my dues, whether or not I'm married or have children? If it is not my responsibility to look after my parents, of which that is a lot of children are in that position where they now give back to their parents. They have to. Their parents, they are basically their parents' retirement plan. So if you're saying that is a case of I've done this for you as a parent, you have to do this back to me, I don't think it has to come down to marriage and children, because now I'm the reason that you have a roof over your head. Just how you were the reason I had a roof over my head then. Now I'm a big girl. I have a big girl job. I'm not looking after you. That is not enough payback. It's not enough for you to look at me and be like, okay, this girl has turned out to be amazing, looking after myself and her mother, right?
Exactly.
Even in some situations, they even look after the younger siblings as well. That is not enough for me to have this legacy of yours and for me to be a big part of this, your $6 million estate. Because I've given back too. Let's even forget money, because not every family relies on their children for money. How about even care? Do you know how much? Let me even use me. For an example, do you know how much pressure is on me daily to be available for my dad since my mom passed? That is not enough for my father to look at me as a girl that has looked after him. I look after my dad emotionally in ways that he does not even realize. I know that there's one thing my dad said. My dad always says to me how my voice reminds me of my mom's voice. Do you know that the day that my dad told me that every single day, if I don't call my dad for whatever reason, I drop him a voice note just to keep him going that day. So after doing all of these things as a child, it is a sacrifice. I've mentioned on one of our shows how anxious I feel since my mom passed about my dad and my siblings. After doing all of these things, I mentioned yesterday how I've been hosting this weekend. My dad came in on Friday. I've been hosting this whole weekend, cooking and all of that. All those things don't matter. All of my sacrifices don't matter because I'm not married and I don't have children. There's so many things that children do, whether it's financially, whether it's emotionally, whether it's someone like me that I'm looked up to hold my family together as the first child. Because of me, we have Christmas plans because my mom is not here. We have Christmas plans as a family. It's my responsibility to do that. When I finish doing all of these things, you will now reduce me to husband and children. There's so much that goes into being a child, especially a woman and a first child for that matter, that people don't understand. My siblings live in different cities now. I have to bring everybody together often. I keep pushing for it because my sister is what? My sister is she's 20 today, actually. Today's my sister's birthday. And she does not understand the importance of certain things where family is concerned. I have to push. I have to give her incentives to make it happen. I'll give you another example. My brother is my brother is not that young, but my brother is 26. And my brother had a child. And I had to remind him that, in 3 months, we have to have a child dedication. Those are sort of things my mother would do that I have now taken and now read and I've now taken over this aspect of our lives in the family. When I finish all these things and making sure the family is still together because my mom is no longer here, you will now reduce me to Mrs. Somebody and mother of somebody. All of this, my sacrifices and consideration doesn't matter. And I'm sure there's other women that can say this. These are the sort of things that we treat on TSC where there's so much sacrifices that people make, especially women. You can't reduce them to Mrs. Somebody or Mommy Somebody. Thank you very much.
I got your back, Abe. I got your back.
Mrs. Okonkwo, as for you, you have no problem. Since you have chosen Mr. Okonkwo, you are in good hand. Okay? Your inheritance is intact. Nothing will happen to it.
I'm not talking about myself. I'm just saying that I hear
you're using it as an example.
I don't know a lot of burdens a lot of families do, but I know a lot of women that do, a lot of girls that do. I don't know. Send money home every month. They have to now look after the younger sibling, even children of their own siblings, Uncle Ben.
Exactly.
They not finish all these sacrifices. It not be that they did not marry or they did not have. So
then they become non-entities.
How many older daughters do we know that did not even get married because they were so focused on their family issues that they forgot?
A lot. Uncle Beno, please don't preach it. We understand. Every parent wants their children to marry. But that you did not marry shouldn't be a reason to cast them as if they don't mean nothing. That's what we're saying. Marriage is good. Having children is good. Okay?
See, Auntie Grace, I'm not saying parents should cast them. The bottom line of my argument is this. Do not say things without a good reason. Do not make a lifelong decision that might impact other people just by thinking about yourself alone. And I'm seeing this very, very common these days. Una know what they talk. Una know just because I be coconut head now, una know I agree.
Being good reason is relative. Being good reason is relative. What's not a good reason to you might be a good reason to be. That's what we're saying.
Okay, let somebody give me a good reason for not wanting to either marry or have children. Other than this
I
It's
think
just a choice.
I have
It's
given
just a
you
choice. I
enough.
don't want to hear.
I gave you enough. Then you twisted it again to say if you don't have a man, then you can have children. What if the person doesn't want to go that
See,
route?
see,
Mm.
Auntie, I'm coming from two angles. That's why I said not marrying is one. Not having children is not the same thing. It's different, to be honest. We have people who go through some of these things, even in our families. It's two different things. My own thing is people just for the purpose of learning. Anybody whose mindset is in this can I say WhatsApp group now that I'm just gonna tell my parents I don't want children, I don't want to be married. Period. I'm just saying this for you to know that it is not all parents that are just going to smile at your face when you say it. And I'm just saying it for people to know that these things run deep. We are in an era now where children think only of themselves without thinking of their parents.
So Ben,
And it's
I want
not
to ask a
fair.
question. I want to ask a question, Ben. What it what happens in the I have two questions, but I don't want them to cut. I'm gonna give one at a time. What if that woman did not find anybody or anyone did not? What if she was not picked or she didn't find anyone to marry?
I have asked him that question severally.
Now we are talking. At least you explain it. That's the point I'm making. Not just, it's my choice, it's my choice. That's what I'm kicking against. It won't fly with many parents. Oh, and you remember I said it one time on this show that look, if I have to advise younger folks, I would say if you know you don't want to have children, you don't want to be married, don't discuss it with your parents earlier in life. It will put you at disadvantage. You are hurting their feelings. You are already causing them a lot of emotional pain. In case you don't know,
Well,
it's
Ben.
better you keep it until later
Mhm.
when it's becoming like it once they start. We all know in Africa, once you're 30 and you are not married, your parents will start asking, I haven't seen your man. No. When is he gonna be? You can just play another play. When it's like maybe 34, 35, you just tell them, look, this is what has happened to me so far. And where I am right now, I don't think I want to do this. It's fine. But you are 22, 23, 24, and I don't want to be married, and I don't even want to have children. Do you know the pain you are causing that your African parent? I'm still going to say it. I know it doesn't sound okay with everybody, but I will say it. Living in this America, I've seen parents who don't give a fuck. Sorry. I've seen parents who don't give an earth
$100.
Bora Bora.
about their children. I've seen parents who, as soon as their children are 18, they push them out. They don't care. But I've seen a lot of African parents. I'm still seeing them till now that will literally work themselves to death just to provide and take care of their own children, irrespective of the age. I've seen African parents work to pay off their mortgage so their children can see something inherit. I've seen African parents that pay into retirement benefit, pay into all kinds of insurance, everything for the children. Why are they doing it? Is it not because they love the children, they want them to be happy? Now, when we are saying, no, whatever is their choice, you don't have to worry. That is we telling them that it's okay to inflict emotional pain on your parent. Because now they are in America, they don't want to talk, they don't want to come off as bad parents, but deep down inside them, the pain is there. And I work all my life. I sacrifice every damn thing for these children. And see, now she don't even want to be married. She don't even want to get children.
And that's
And I
the
tell
only
her,
way, Ben. That's the only way, Ben, a child can show love and gratitude to their mother and father is to go
Sister
be
Rose,
there.
you might not get how deep this is. You've said it yourself several times, Sister Rose. How you know your parents love you and how you love them. You know,
But all of us here, we love our parents. They love us. They sacrifice for us. I'm just saying that in as much as we are emphasizing that, oh, the children, they have to be happy. They have to be. The children also, we need to let them know that your decision has a way of equally affecting your parents.
Dan, I have no problem with that concept. I really don't have no problem with that concept. But where I was coming from is the reality, Ben, is that for some people, this is just the truth of life. If we want to be honest, some people will not find the person. Some people will not be picked. Some people will not find anybody who they want to be with. So I'm saying now, because your child did not fall in that category, now they have to carry that scarlet letter of shame. It's a very sad thing, and very hurtful to that child to be rejected because they didn't find a man, or no one picked them, or they did, because here's the only other choice, and this is the reason I have a pushback, Ben, and why, like I said, you're entitled to your beliefs, I understand it coming from an African home, but here is what happens then. The only other choice then to make you happy is if I'm not picked, or if I didn't find anyone I want, is now to tie myself down to someone that I have no desire for to make you happy. Your child now is unhappy. They're putting up a good facade for you. It looks good for you. They have these kids that they don't want. They have this man that they don't want to make you happy. I don't think that's a good thing, Ben. I think that, and I think that I just feel you have a right to your choice, but I'm also saying that there are a lot of people who are carrying that burden of shame and that weight of shame because they didn't get married. And I think it's very, very sad. No, Ben, it is, but Ben, it is in African culture, maybe it's changing now, but for a very long time, a woman not married is not considered a nice thing. It's considered an ugly thing, and I'm just saying that it's very sad that a child's worth is attached to being married. And that person can even be married and to someone who really doesn't even care about them. And some of them will even marry your child, Ben, to get that inheritance of yours that you're taking. So I'm not saying you shouldn't have your thoughts, but this is some of the things that this person will carry, and they will be feeling bad. It's very sad. It's very sad. And then there's something I want to respond to what Mr. Dyer said. He's talking about loneliness. There was a lady who she was training me, and she said to me, she said, even though I have my husband and children here, I'm very lonely. This is what she's told me. There have been when people, so this is not, again, to push the bad marriage, because there's some people who have good ones, but I'm just saying that there is really no guarantees. There's polarity in these things. There's no guarantee that when you're in marriages, there are many people who are in very empty marriages. And then you talk about kids working in the hospital. I have seen where people, they don't visit their parents, including, and shockingly, African children, Nigerian children. And one of them I know for a fact was very good family. When I say good, I don't mean just throwing money at them, raising them very well, being there for them, correcting them. But when the time came, they changed. They hardly remembered the parents. There's really no guarantee that any of these things will give you the life you want.
Okay.
Sorry, Uncle Ben, 1 second, please. Can I just say thank you to CB for the super sticker? We appreciate you. I really need malt to calm my throat down after everything that Uncle Ben has done tonight. So thank you so much.
Uncle Ben, you don't start now. Shout out to CB. CB don't get plenty money now. Maybe we even clap for CB. Say we know
Uncle
easy.
Ben is for that.
Ben, it's not for you. It's for the alcohol you buy everyone for the headache that you have caused.
I didn't cause headache. Look, We may not want to admit it, but this is actually a very good conversation. There are people dealing with this. You know, we've said this several times here on this platform. There are people who are going through exactly what we are dealing with now. And I want to believe some people have really learned from our conversation today. I took the hard line for a reason. I see parents crying. I see parents that when you see a parent who feel they are not fulfilled, you can tell by the way they move. And many of them, their pains are coming from the emotional pain inflicted on them by their children. So I know we want to be politically correct. We want to say things that maybe appeals to the Western world or something, but we still have to understand that it's, in fact, it's a cause if your parents should die with bitterness. So that is why
Ben, I'm not
I'm
saying
just
my own.
emphasizing.
Ben, I'm not
Sorry,
saying
Sister
my
Ruth.
own. I'm not saying my own to appeal to the Western world. I'm talking from an African perspective. And I get what 100% what you're saying. I understand it. And to some degree even support it. But what I'm going to say is that there's always someone who will fall through the sides. It's like parents who raise the children, they want the children to be successful, this and that. The reality is some children, regardless of whatever you do, they're not going to be the doctor. They're not going to be the engineer. They're not even going to be average. They may even fall into the working poor. Despite everything you did, everybody is not, it's not going to be that for everyone. So what happens now, like I said, Ben, and this is the main thing that I'm talking about. I'm not saying people shouldn't get married. I'm not saying people shouldn't have kids. What I am saying, Ben, is the child walking around heavy-hearted, feeling sad because they did not meet their parents' expectation. And then the other way of thinking about it, why should you feel bad because your child, like Abby said it, Abby said so many great things that I didn't even think of. All these beautiful things that your child did, and because they didn't attach themselves to some other human being. And here's another thing. Let me say this final thing about this you and people and tradition. Remember, there was a tradition in Nigeria about boy, boy, boy. In fact, they're still doing it. I must have a son. I must have a son. And then what now started to happen? Many people, the sons were useless to them. Who was caring for them? I'm hearing this a lot. It's the daughters, but everything was put on the sons, and these sons don't even care for them. Traditional, but who tends to care for you? The child, the gender that is considered insignificant. So, Ben, that's really all I'm saying. I'm not criticizing you. I respect your opinion, but that's the other side of it.
Let just walk around this thing. These are delicate issues, please. My appeal to millennials and Gen Z, please. You guys will say some things from a place of selfish interest, believing that it's my choice, it's my choice, it's my decision, it's my life, it's my this, it's my that. It comes off very, very painful to parents. They may not talk because they will probably accept their fate, but check and double check. Sometimes they are just smiling on your face or smiling at your face. They are not happy deep down. To be candid, they are not happy.
Uncle Ben, what about
So
the
please,
children not being happy? Who cares about that?
Who cares
which
about
one?
them being happy?
Who
Who
cares
cares
about the
about what?
children not being happy? So if I
If
have
the
to live
two,
my life to make my parents happy all the time and displease myself, when my parents go, how do I live with myself?
this is what I'm saying, that we have to seek a balance. We have to strike a balance. You have to be happy. Your parents have to be happy. My thing, I'm not saying everybody should go marry if they don't want to be married. I'm not saying you should have children if you don't want to, if you don't want to have children. But do it in a way that your decision is not causing other people silent pain that we can't discuss properly. And I will say this,
How are you gonna do that, Ben?
nothing, just hold on, no. There is nothing as worst as people giving you fixed smile, especially if it's coming from your own parent. That is the worst thing. You come around, everybody, hey, auntie, hey, yeah. You go finish, they'll be like, I beg you, leave that one, Jerry. We don't accept our faith. There is nothing worse than that. Just make sure if this is the path you want to take, if this is your resolution, make sure you figure how to walk around it that everyone is happy. That's all I'm saying. As African parent, my own thing is your parents have expectations of you as much as you also have expectations from your parent. A parent whose daughter don't get married or anything just because of marriage is not good. Such parents, if they are really Africans that has value, when they go to other children's wedding, they usually don't show themselves. In fact, anything involving other children getting married or having children or anything, your parents like that usually tiptoe around it, but they won't say it. Of course, they don't want their children to feel bad, but I'm just saying, please, Gen Z, some of the decisions you are making is coming from a place of me. Please, we are Africans. In Africans, we put everybody into consideration. That's all I'm saying. Your decision is great, but look for a way to present it that it won't cause your parent so much pain in their old age. That's just my take. And as for parents, if your children are talking, you listen to, and then you try to help. The problem sometimes is some of these children don't even want the help because they've drawn their own conclusion. And I'll take a cue from what Sister Rose said now. It's our special guest today. Sister Rose said, what if the person don't find? Good question. Did you carry your parent along when you are fine session and couldn't find? Can they even say, look, my dear, you don't try all these mad boys where they move up and down? No. But you're doing it all by yourself. You do. You are not confiding in your mom or confiding in your dad. You are not letting them see that this is my struggle. This is just like when Abi tell me, say, oh, Kubehen, you don't know how this thing is in this dating world now, you know? Now, when Abi said that, he hit a chord with me. I instantly feel that, wait, now true, this guy, they talk. And by the time I say, okay, before I don't used to listen to many of these young boys video, I just keep them when I see them. But after Abi said that, like maybe 2 or 3 times, I started watching some of their video. And I'm beginning to see that many of these boys, they are just walking around with empty head. Empty. But in between, I'm also seeing some that are awesome. So I would rather say, look, sometimes when they come to this marriage and some life decisions, your education no fit solve the problem. Your smartness can't even reach it. Sometimes you get your parent involved. They will pray for you. They will pray. You get out, they'll follow you talk. That you might begin to see things from another perspective. So don't just believe that I can do it all by myself. Oh, I will do it. And then it's not working. Remember, either as a boy or as a girl, your parent knows you more than anybody. Yes, and sometimes I tell young girls or young boys, when you are getting to the age of getting married, in fact, as from age 27 all the way to 33, once it becomes that you are in a relationship, it doesn't work out, in a breakup, maybe some date you 3 months, they don't run, or now you even give some people sack letter and things like that. You have to take a break at a point and say, okay, hold on, what's going on? Am I really the problem here? How come I can't even keep a boy? Your boyfriend, there are some young girls now that some of them have not dated a boy for even 1 year before. You see that 3 months, 6 months, the relationship is off. Then we start counting. And there are some boys that they are so dumb. Many boys, that they cannot even maintain a girl. For them, 2 months with a girl, oh, it's already stressful. Oh, she's in my business all the time. She called me, so sometimes you're searching, and it's not happening. You need to take a couple of steps back. And that is why I said, and you carry your parent along, because sometimes your parent raised you. They see your character from when you were small till you grew up. They may be able to say, maybe you can adjust like this. So maybe it's this thing you are doing, That's all I'm saying. Even we as grown adult now, it's just like the show Uncle Patrick helped us with and Uncle Dayo yesterday Sunday school, where we're talking about how to manage anger and things like that. And I said there are some people that even as a grown adult, if you're at your job, in your community, there are some people you don't even want to associate with. If you see them, they come from left, you won't follow right. Why? Because maybe their character stinks. Maybe the way they behave, the way they talk, you can't even stand them. They will trigger you. And you just want to say, oh, you know what? Let me avoid this person because. So sometimes, if you are finding, you can't find. Did you talk to your parent? Did you go to your mom and even say, Mommy, what is happening? I've been trying, this thing is not working. Then your mom can open up and say, maybe the way you they do this thing, I ain't cause some. Or maybe now that's the way you they do, I ain't cause some. A guy once confessed to me that because of snoring, he has lost so many women before. Because of snoring. I'm telling you, it's both sides. And then when he didn't get money, everything day. When it becomes something that the mom was pressing him, he told the mom, Mommy, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. They just don't stay. Then the mom keep pressing until he told the mom, say, sometimes when they come to my house, they don't even want to pass the night or something. Out of the blue, now he take him out to tell me. Out of the blue, he said, Mama tell her, say, are you still snoring? Yeah, Mommy, of course now. Until he went to treat it. At the point he told me he was sleeping with CPAP. So you have to open up. But before you conclude, say, no husband for me, no this for me, no that for me. Did you carry your parent along to the point that your dad, your mom can see that, this thing no day easy? So that's just the point I'm making. Thank
Ben,
you.
I have a pushback. What
Are
about
you still
those?
pushing back on this one again?
Yes.
Hello, Baton.
What about those that their parents are not safe spaces for them? Or children that left home quite early and their parents don't really know them. They've raised them through the phone. I left home at 9. My parents don't know me. So how are they supposed to recommend or even try to talk to me about certain things? And what about I have friends that their parents are not safe places for them. They can't even share their location or tell them where they are at the moment. What do you do in that case?
CB, I say CBs, you're even going far. Parents are so funny, and this makes me laugh every time when a parent says, I know my child. Oh, please. You only know an aspect of your child. And that's why, when we see it all the time when certain things happen where the parents have no clue. Sorry to break it to you. I'm sorry, but parents don't know their children as much as they do because the average African parent is not a safe space. So everything you know about me are your own values, are your own morals. You don't let me be myself. You don't know your children most of the time. Sorry.
God will bless you, Abby. I'm glad I'm not alone on this one. Uncle Ben, you don't have answer for us.
Always so judgmental.
That one don't tire.
Nigerian parents are so judgmental that a lot of Nigerian parents, I don't want to generalize, are so judgmental that you don't give your children the space for you to get to know them because your children have to always be perfect around you. We're not perfect, they're bad children. You don't give them space to make mistakes. Nothing.
Abby, can I say something?
Of course, sir.
You are forgetting something that none of us grew up to be adults. We are not born as adults. We all grow up as children. I was once your age. Uncle Benny was once your age before we got to where we are. So we didn't just wake up one day and become adults. All this thing that you are saying, we know, and we'll be through it. No parent can actually know their children.
Uncle Dio, you've gone off. Uncle Dio, we can't hear you in case you're talking. I don't know what happened.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Uncle Dio. What should I do?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
Uncle
Uncle
Dio, yeah, I
Ben.
can hear you, but Uncle Dio was talking and we
Uh,
can't.
is the network.
Should I
He's
remove
back.
him
There are no
temporarily?
He's
Okay.
back. He's back.
Now, what I'm saying is that don't look at the present parents now as if they are clueless. They are not. Because you yourself, in a matter of years now, you become parents also. And then your own child will be thinking the same way. We have all been young before, and now we are getting old. And our experience does not change. But with our experience, you can be able to see one or two things to guide you. So please, when you're talking about us, always look at it from that perspective, then you can get it clearer. Thank you.
I have a pushback.
Thank you, Uncle Dio, but I'm not going to be like the Nigerian parents that I'm criticizing. Just wanted to say that.
I have a
You
pushback.
see, that this is where grammar too much. Anyway, go ahead, Zeno.
So I guess why do African parents pick and choose when they decide to say we were once children or we didn't grow up to be this, but you guys also claim to know everything and anything, and I'm clueless and I don't know anything and you have all the wisdom.
This Zeno is a confirmed Gen Z. Zeno, what do you want us to say now? Is that a question?
It's a question.
Zeno, you are also growing up now. You see, when you get to age maybe 40, this generation AI, they're going to come up with a fresh set of problems that you will
It's
start
generation
telling them,
alpha. It's not AI, it's alpha.
I don't care, they are AI. They are AI, just like you people bring your millennial wahala or wherever. So they're going to start saying some things that you will be replying to them from a place of experience. So that's how I can answer what you're saying. We are having this conversation now, and we are from different generations, and we're just drawing upon our personal experiences. Okay. So to your first question about not growing up, parents not knowing the child very well. See, having the ability to discern, having this mindset whereby you can accept people into your life and also adjust yourself to be accepted by other people. It's not parent that will teach you that. It's not parent that's going to teach you that. Maybe your parent, you live with them or you don't live with them. It's a different ball game, my dear Zeno. Can you hear me, Zeno?
Yes, sir, but I'm a little confused. You said to go to your parents if I'm not saying that I have issues with relationship or whatnot, but you're saying if you can't find, then you should go to your parents because maybe there's something that you don't know or they know
No,
you better or whatnot.
what I'm saying is it's different for everyone. See,
Okay.
each individual, we are not perfect. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I was replying to what Auntie Sister Rose said about what if the person cannot find. What I've observed, what I notice in this dating world presently is that people have standards. Both boy and girl have standards. And anytime they talk about their standard, they hardly talk about compromise. They don't. It almost sounds like this is who I am. If you can't accept me like this, that's it. This is who I am. I am not willing to blend or change for anybody. That's what I notice much about this generation now. That is why I am saying that sometimes when you have tried multiple times and you discover you can't keep a relationship, because I don't even know, maybe these young boys and girls of nowadays, maybe they are paying attention to this. Let me tell you something. If you have the capacity to maintain a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship for 2 years, definitely you can maintain any relationship. If not any, you will have better understanding than anyone. Okay, even ordinary friendship. How do you see some friends that they can't maintain friendship? Just friends, people, guy to guy, boy to boy, they just can't maintain it. They find this new friend today, they were like, oh, we cool. He's my DFF. She's my DFF. We do everything together. After 3 weeks to 2 months, you're like, oh, don't mind that nasty girl. I don't even want to see her around me. These are the issues I'm talking about. That sometimes when it start looking like, these boys, they are not staying. I'm beautiful. I'm okay. I don't even need their money. How come they are not staying? That's why I said you may have to talk to your parent, carry your parent along, because sometimes they know you better. And the reason I'm suggesting parent is because we live in a world right now that people don't tell each other the truth again. You have a friend now, you see something bad about the friend, and you were bold enough to tell the friend that, you do this, you do that, they will just make you enemy. So now we live in a world where a lot of people pretend. They can't even tell their close pal, like, this your attitude, you get as oh, the way you talk to people, you get it. They can't. So, but your parent, we call that, they will call it out. Really good parent, we call it out. Because they love you, you love them. After maybe they call it out, you don't like it, you're still gonna go back to parent. That's why I mentioned parent. Now, for people who do not grow up with parents or something, if you don't have any trouble maintaining relationship from ordinary friendship to a romantic relationship, then you have nothing to worry about. You're good. You're good. The people who complain the most, they are usually people who just don't want to change. They are just who they are. They don't. You can't even tell them Jack. They will make you enemy. So therefore, their way, their life, their choice, their standard. Any man or any girl who can't meet all the items they have on the checklist is not a good person. But when it comes to marriage, settling down, and all of that, you have to compromise. We have sisters and brothers on this platform. Let somebody come and tell me, say, when I marry the person where I marry you, I not compromise anything. You have to. So that's the point I'm making. So if you can't find anybody, it's okay. It's not everybody that will marry anyway, but just consider your parent. Make sure you carry them along. Okay? That's my point. Thank you.
I have one, not a pushback, but I just have
No,
advice for you for
real fam, let's go and sleep. Oh, 4 hours.
As a somewhat Gen Z, I just want to tell you that there are certain
Gino, we
things.
can't hear you.
Wait, you can't hear me?
It's okay now.
Sorry. I say somewhat Gen Z. I just want to tell you, Uncle Ben, that as much as you think Gen Zs don't listen, as long as you can prove something to us, we are open to listen. But if you yourself cannot define your own point or the advice you're trying to give, or we can't see the fruit in your life, I'm sorry, we're shutting our ears. But don't say that we don't listen, because we actually do. We just have to see the fruit. We just don't take words for it. Just free advice.
Okay. Uncle Ben, we are on almost 4.5 hours, so I think we should start rounding up. Um, Uncle Dial, can we have your last take, please, sir?
Okay. At my last take, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. At my last take, I would just advise that let us all be careful of how we take decisions and whatever we do. Nobody is perfect, okay? And please, I want to beg, when it comes to the issue of marriage, which is a lifetime decision Marriage can make you or mar you. Don't allow anybody to pressure you into anything like marriage that you don't want to. And whatever it is in life, as an adult, if you don't want it, don't allow pressure to make you do it. At times, you may be pressured to do something that maybe because you were scared, but due to pressure, you were pressured into it, and you're happy that you took that decision. But most times, what your mind is not in can never be good for you. That's why, even though they pressured you into it, in as much as your mind is not into it, you will not be happy in it. So please don't allow pressure. Lastly, when it comes to parenting, a lot of things have to be unpacked there. I don't want to go into that. We are all learning, both parents and children, we are all learning. But let us endeavor to listen to our parents even as we grow up. If my parents are still alive now, I will still crave their counsel because until they died, I love going to them for advice. And their words of wisdom has really helped me in so many difficult situations in my life. So I want to say to the people out there, most especially the Gen Zs, marriage is not a crime. And despite the fact that a lot of things are happening inside and outside marriage over there, I pray that everybody that desires to be married, God will give them their bone of the bones and the flesh of the flesh. And for those that desire to have children, I pray also. In fact, Sister Nikos have already said it on the platform. If you desire children, God will surely give you children. Because
Amen.
it's His blessing.
Amen.
So God will bless all of us until we come again with another topic. Do have a lovely day. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good
See
night,
you
sir.
tomorrow.
Thank you, Okudayo. Thank you.
Zeno, please your last take.
Last take. One, if you desire not to be married, there's nothing wrong with you. Just pray that you fulfill God's plans for your life and make sure that it's a choice that you're not making. It's your choice, and you're not making it out of fear. And you're doing what God is telling you to do, and don't allow anybody put condemnation on you. Number two, parents, I understand tradition, I understand culture, but you guys also need to understand that as the generation changes, the way we listen to things or the way we hear things changes as well. So please be flexible and please be patient, but just don't try to like shove things down our throat because it makes us want to be more rebellious. Love you guys. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, Zeno. Good night. All right. Sister Rose,
Yes.
how do
Okay.
you
Mhm.
okay? Over to you, our special guest of honor.
Yeah.
Or we need to play music for you so you dance more. So that you can
No.
actually wipe away all the argument today.
Uncle Ben
No.
just wants to show off his music.
Don't mind him. Yeah, yeah, man. If you want to play the music, you can play it if you want to.
Go
Just
ahead,
to
go
show off
ahead. Your
his
final
music.
take.
Okay. My final take is I understand like I said, I understand what you're saying as someone who grew up in the African home. And I do respect the African culture. But what I will say is this: let a person's self-worth from both the child and parent side not be attached to being married to someone. Some of the things are not that people are saying they don't want to be married. I think for some people just fall between the sides, meaning they don't find someone. And I just think it's not fair to the child and even to the parent to attach their self-worth to having someone. That causes pain on both. It causes pain to the child. It even calls unwanted and unnecessary pain to you as the parent. Because let me just tell you this, we're not going to get into it. It's a story for other days, if at all. You know what the problem with this is? Conformity. That's all this comes down to. Because if you have a child, as long as that child is healthy, doing well, loves you, gives back. That's what's important. Not how much he has acquired in money or in social status, in this case being marriage. So for you now to see that person less than because they're not attached to some human being, that's even punishment that you are putting on yourself unnecessarily. Makes no sense. God made that person an entity unto themselves, and that's all they need. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rose. It was nice
Thank you,
having
Sister
you.
Rose.
Thank you. Good
Thank,
night.
Have a good
thank you,
night.
Sister Rose. But you stressed me today, so I think I also need a bottle of wine to chill. You
See this
stressed me out.
man. It's
You
you who
stressed me
owe
out.
me. Oh, wow. Ben is a troublemaker.
Sister Rose, you stressed me today. Oh. Simple fatherly request that I made, you took it away from me and turned it around. Then all the sisters are agreeing with you. Then everybody now see me as the devil. Just
Sweet
because I asked for just because I asked for my right as a father. Really?
see how the Ben has turned himself into the victim.
No, you people stress me today. I explain.
My own is
Tire.
that if everybody is always stressing you, Uncle Ben, you have to wonder who the common denominator is.
Exactly. Don't mind.
It is you.
Okay.
You people are stressing me because thank you, Sister Rose Gare. You people are stressing me because you don't want me to have freedom of choice. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Where
man.
is Cindy? Thank you, Sister Rose. Have a good night,
Good
man.
night, sis. Bye.
Good night.
Where is Simbi? Simbi, oh yeah, oh.
Simbi is not here.
Simbi. You
Simbi is
sure?
not here. It is you.
Oh.
Twice, Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, look at your new nickname, Dom Baba B.
Make una not start. Una don't give me different names. So even me, I'm confused.
Dom Baba B as the baddest producer that we have.
No, don't start, I beg. Now, Kosan, well, I want to do TSC. Ordinary TSC, just show where una go do jeje. The banner where una first go bring come. I'm like, Jesus Christ. How have I been doing my banner all this while? Una banner. Yeah. The next thing, una take time, carve out better music for our show. That's okay. If that's the case, these sisters, they want to challenge me. All right, maybe we'll go down this road now. So now inspire me to go define music up and down. If you see me, they do mixing yesterday. Hey, you go to say,
you know it's gotta do music video. Bring it on. We are going to work. You see, Auntie Yinko's CC and Honey Babe. We're going to go and work on our own music video. You think you can beat us? You think you can beat us?
May we see on that music video. You like my music video, Abby?
You know what's funny, Uncle Ben? We already did a music video for our lyrics, our show, but we just had not we had not perfected it. Now you have given us the ginger to go and perfect the video.
So now competition we did now, Abby.
Yes.
No wala. Let me just sample it again. Make people rate. Please help me rate this music. We go still advertise Cincinnati breast cancer campaign. Help me rate this music. Tell me what you think.
Yeah. You be in the building. Hey. Vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey. Laugh and learn. We're shining bright. Oh yeah. You be stories, life lessons time. Hey. On the Uncle Beno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you be the energy on top. You be stories dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't hang out with you be. It's a vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we're shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons time. right. Join the sister circle. Oh, what a scene. CC Inca, honey baby, and I'll be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dream supreme. Empowerment vibes like a royal queen team. Apollo Sunday school when the beat gets low. Yeah. A moment of reflection, let the spirit flow. Men of God speaking wisdom, you should know. Faith and vibes on the Uncle Benno show. Hang out with you, be come catch that light. Oh yeah, you be stories, keep your heart so bright. Yeah. Join the sister circle, feel that fire. Oh yeah, Sunday school for your soul so right. You be nation, we rise together. Love and vibe forever. Uncle Benno show. Yeah, we outside.
Oh my God.
Uncle
Abby,
Ben, I'm just seeing that you added your faves, Chioma and David.
I didn't know you did not notice it though. Even when I
You
put
didn't see
that, say,
that
Abby
earlier.
go
Oh.
kill me for this one.
I didn't notice it when you sent it to me earlier, Uncle Ben. You
Really?
like them, oh. You really, really like them.
Even that I put her like that, I say, I said that this year Abby go first. Abby go say, Uncle Ben, why did you include them? I cannot do without my boy and my baby girl, Chioma and Davido, yo.
Next one now will be remix featuring Davido now.
Yes, so
You be featuring
anyway, thank you guys. You the TSI, you actually inspired me to do it, and I thank God I did. I'm just like, these sisters, no. They want to beat me at my own game. Like. Thank you, MOP. MOP say it's a jam, you see. But if I tell you the concussion we did that place, I started with Amapiano. Can't you say this Amapiano get us a bill? I don't even understand. I say make I even go find South Africa lyrics. Man, put we go say yeah yo. That's the wait. What if I go to swear for people? But it's fun anyway. Thank you, Abby. So Abby, we have a date tomorrow. We're gonna do our love Instagram and Gen Z. Are you ready for me, Mama?
I'm ready. Oh, I know you're going to stress me, so no wala.
No, now you go stress me. In fact, I've been thinking of how will I go around this show? How will I do? What will I do with this show? How this show no go come be biggie, I've been thinking about it, but I know we go survive. So tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna explore love, Instagram, and Gen Z. And Abby is our special guest of honor. If you are thinking of going to influencing, Instagram, marketing, and all of those things, it's gonna be part of our conversation tomorrow. And if you are also a young lady, young boy who is trying to navigate the dating world and you have some challenges or maybe you have some questions, please come around tomorrow. We're going to be diving into all of that. And it's really great to have Abby as my special guest. I think tomorrow that she's a special guest, go do bad those. She will be calm, collected, and relaxed. And then I will be able to push her to tight corner. And more importantly, we're going to talk about Gen Z tomorrow. Maybe Abby can help us understand why we say their brain no they day home.
Uncle Ben, I don't know how you will cope when we eventually have that Gen Z show because I don't know what you're going to do.
I go sit me. I'm not going to even see me. I go just get chat there. They listen to now. No one will beg. I go just get my corner. I'm telling you, who won't deal with Gen Z?
You'll be triggered, Uncle Ben. You'll be triggered.
No, I won't. Ladies and gentlemen, please, our sister, boss lady Natu, she still needs a lot of support for the Nash Foundation cancer awareness campaign. So please, Biko, anyhow you can help. Nothing is too small. Remember what I said the other time. Anything you contribute goes a long way to support somebody or someone in Nigeria. In fact, I'm looking for the link. What happened? Did I change my phone again? I'm looking for the link to where you can donate as God directed. Please, don't be a singer, please. Wait, where is it? Sister, not to send this thing to me before I know. So please, you can also support with Naira. Because if you don't have euro, pounds, or dollar, you can also transfer Naira to Sister Natu's account. Please, just pardon me. I'm trying to find the link new. And you can also support through Cash App. If you want Cash App, you can use PayPal. It's not to don't sleep. I'm looking at the WhatsApp now, and I
Let
can't
me
find the
drop
link.
it. Give me a second.
Drop it if you have it.
Yeah, we
Please,
have it now.
anything you can do, it goes a long way. Biko, God has been good to us. Yeah, God has been good to us. Has been good to everyone. Let's just extend our hand of support to this foundation. Breast cancer is a big deal. I pray that nobody should go through it in our family. Okay, I found the GoFundMe.
Okay.
Yes, good. Please, here is the GoFundMe link. Anything you can contribute, please let us support as best as we can. God bless you, everybody. And also pray for Sister Natu. She's helping a lot of people, and with our prayer too, so that God will be protecting her as she's going to Nigeria back and forth. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Abby. Anything you want to say now? I think my job is done here.
No, that's it. So see you tomorrow evening.
All right.
So
I will be prepared.
Of course. I don't even need to do anything. I'll just be myself now.
All right.
It's natural, Uncle Ben. What can I say? It's natural.
I know. It come naturally. Because Baz boast now team Gen Z. May God forgive you people. All right, Mama. Have a good night.
See you later, Uncle Ben. Good night. Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle B. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle B. No, let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Yeah, laugh and learn, we're shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons time. Yeah, on the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you be the energy on top. You be stories dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't hang out with you be. It's a vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we're shining bright. Oh yeah, you be stories, life lessons time. On the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. Join the sister circle. Oh, what a scene. CC Inca, honey baby, and I be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dream supreme. Empowerment vibes, like a royal queen team. All a Sunday school when the beat gets low. Yeah, a moment of reflection, let the spirit flow. Men of God speaking wisdom, you should know. Faith and vibes on the Uncle Benno show. Hang out with you, B. Come catch that light. Oh yeah, you be stories, keep your heart so bright. Yeah. Join the sister circle, feel that fire. Oh yeah, Sunday school for your soul so right. You be nation, we rise together. Love and vibe forever. Uncle Benno show. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know.